Okay, hey guys, welcome to the live and happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, Melissa, Miss Dog Lover, Sharon, and anyone else. Oh, let's see, I wasn't in the thing, so I can see it now. Let's see here. Yeah, Miss Dog Lover, don't worry. We got you. We got your back here. I'll light this thing up for you, okay? There. We love you. That's all that counts. Yeah, I like what Melissa said there. Hey, Melissa? Straighten your crown, Miss Dog Lover. Exactly. Never settle for anything less than you deserve. Right, guys? Happy Valentine's Day, Cass. Thank you guys for joining us. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Melissa.
Hey.
Hey, girl. Now, Melissa, you guys, Melissa, she's got pneumonia there, so she's still not feeling too well. So just want to say hugs and, prayers for you. Heal up. Yeah. And you can have Miss Dog Lover will send you big hugs. Prayer every day for some news on Sebastian. Happy Valentine's Day, Sonny. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so we'll start, put in chat if you guys did anything special for Valentine's, even if you're by yourself. What did you guys do today? Make sure you let me know. I deserve to be treated like a queen. Absolutely. And I just want to say this. So me and my husband, we've been married for almost 10 years. Again, I'm 55. My husband is 34. There's a 21-year age gap. But, sometimes when two hearts just mesh, and we do. And my husband is my best friend and love him to pieces. And I know when after my 17-year marriage to my ex-husband and my previous one, which was 11 years, it's kind of like I told myself never to settle for anything less than I deserve. So trust me, it's better to be alone than to be with someone who doesn't think and want the best for you and treat you the way that you should be treated. Okay? Because again, sometimes you have to go through those pricks, in order to get the roses. So with that being said, put a smile on your face. Thank you for joining the live today. Got my car fixed. Son went to pick it up. Well, there you go, Sharon. That was a happy Mother's Day from your son, hey? I want to say something really funny because when my husband came home from work, I'll tell you quickly what I did for my husband. Melissa, wait, actually you first. Did you do anything at all for Valentine's? Like anything?
Nope.
You know what? This is the only time I'm gonna let you lie. Okay.
No, but I'll tell you something funny. Your little light up ball thingy.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, my son had one, Nick, he had one, and it was just like the little rubbery balls, and it had the light up ball in it. And we were watching something. I don't remember what we were watching on TV. And I told him, I said, you know what would be really funny, and I would get a kick out of because I'm horrible. I'm a mean person. I said, you know how men get a vasectomy? And he's like, yeah, like in his mind, he knew where I was getting ready to go. I said, we should put these light up balls in their sack, and then I just want to kick one of them and see if they light up.
Well, there you go. There's a good memory. It says, you know what? I got my husband one of these ones as well. Because, like when you're just playing. So I got him a red one. Uh, and Kaz says, went shopping with my youngest son. Nice. My husband is 17 years older than me. There, we're almost right at it. Oh, feels good. I want to thank you.
This dog love your super chat.
Ah.
£19.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you for putting a smile on my face. Smiling face with hearts.
And lips. So, Miss Dog Lover, I got this for my husband, yeah? And wait, hold on. First of all, I want to say thank you for the super chat. And you're welcome. You know we love you, girl, over there. And every time you're feeling down, you know that we're here, okay? Obviously. And then Miss Dog Lover, like I said, you know you're a good person. You don't need to settle for any of those jerks out there. Trust me, I went through a whole ton of them when I was being a hoe in white court after my divorce, honestly. And that's when I realized, whoa, desperado, it's time to stop looking, because honestly, that's when I decided to not look. And then I went back to gaming on the game RuneScape, and that's where I met my husband, Steve Austin. And again, he's from England, and he's the best man that I've ever met. And that's when I wasn't looking for it. So it's one of those things. When it's time, you guys. And for anyone again that's lonely today or didn't have anyone special, I just want to say, bless, happy Valentine's Day, happy Valentine's Day to you. And thank you for joining us in here. And always, we like this place to feel like a family, where a lot of good friends come over the years, especially your newcomers and stuff like that. For any new subscribers, thank you guys for joining. Please hit that like button today for Sebastian Rogers. Happy Valentine's Day, Sebastian Rogers. And on there it says, dear son, I love you, please come home, on there. So prayers for that. Hi, Rusty Pipes, how are you? Now, so let me just quickly say, so I went over to Shoppers and IG over there, and I went and got my husband some chocolate. My husband loves chocolate. I mean, he's always the first to tell us how the British chocolate is so much better than ours, which is true. It's just true. Okay, it's really good over there. But anyway, it's not as waxy. It's not as waxy, but anyways, so I went and bought a bunch of chocolates of different varieties there, and one of these in red, and these lips, and I just put them all over his computer desk. So when he got home, so I was in the bedroom. Actually, I was passed out sleeping, really, to be honest with you. And the reason why I woke up is because the phone rang. It was my husband going, "What do you want from KFC?" So anyways, so he comes in the bedroom and he goes, thank you for the balloon lips. And he goes, funny, I got you the same thing, which was mine once I gave him. But you have to, my husband, he's so funny and sarcastic. But honestly, I just cracked up when he brought these back in. It was like, oh my God, I got you the same thing. Here you go. So yeah. So, and then we just got our food order that came in, and I had ordered an angel food cake. That was a Valentine's cake as well, and stuff like that. And then I said, you game. I'm going to go do a live. See you at bedtime. US chocolate is the best. Hi, Frank. Happy Valentine's Day, Frank. And just a reminder as well that Abby and Libby, of course, were found today on February 14th. Again, prayers to the families, prayers to the girls. Rest in peace. I know that also Evelyn Boswell, that case, she was found guilty of all charges. And again, all we ever want is just justice for the victims. That's what's important, is always the victims. They're the main focus of, or should be the main focus, really, of anything that we, in a sense, talk about, that they're always the one. So, yes, the parents, like I said, you feel badly for them and stuff like that. But the whole goal is that just bringing awareness to Sebastian's case, keeping it alive. And I truly hope, I really truly hope from the bottom of my heart that Sebastian, is found alive at some point. I know that the statistics don't show that. Um, but again, I'd rather have hope. And that way, since there's nothing to show either or. So I'm truly hoping that somebody does have him. That would be my prayers, that he does come back home at some point, hopefully sooner than later. And then this case can come to some sort of closure. Melissa, do you have anything to say?
No, I mean, my heart goes out to the German and the Williams families with, this can't be a holiday that will ever be the same. 8 years ago, finding the girls changed not only the directory of their lives, but changed this day forever for them.
Valentine's Day. It's so hard to believe, that, I mean, it's almost one of those ironic things a little bit. Valentine's Day is, like a day of love and stuff like that. So it's one of those things, a horrific day, but yet in an essence, a beautiful day of love as well. So, just trying to look at the brighter side of that a little bit, because we can't change what has happened. But, Valentine's Day, it's a day of love and caring and stuff like that. And so we're going to try to make this live as much about love and stuff like that and caring. And thank you guys for joining us today with Sebastian's case, which we'll be getting into in just a few moments here. And again, a lot of love goes out to the family members that truly care and love Sebastian Rogers. And yeah, so as for Sebastian Rogers, Melissa?
I just, I hope he's alive. I really do. But, like you said, statistics are telling me different. So, I mean, in my heart, I hope he's alive. In my brain is telling me something different, and there's a conflict there.
You shut that brain down for now. Okay, you turn that brain off on that side on there. Eh?
I wish I could. I really do. I just, I don't know. This case has got me for a loop. Generally, I can figure out who, when, why, and where real quick. But this one I'm having trouble with.
I know. The thing about this case is that there is nothing that we can actually do, honestly, anymore. It's like at a stalemate, and until something breaks open with this case, and hopefully sooner than later, again, because we're coming up to a year. Actually, to be honest with you, this is what I always forget. My mom, she passed away in 2015 of cancer. My real dad had died back, I think, in 2001 or something like that, somewhere in that area. Wasn't really close with him. Okay. My dad had kind of abandoned us when we were younger, but anyways, my mom died tomorrow. So it's kind of like, like back to back things on there. So it's like after coming off of a Valentine's Day, usually talking about the Delphi case, then I'm like, great, it's because I remember, sorry, you guys, but when my mom, I had to fly out to Vancouver, where I live now, in Canada, for anyone that doesn't know that, not the United States, Vancouver, but anyways, and I remember my mom saying to me, and I know this is sad, but she said, what would a good day what would a good date to die on be? And I was like, well, February 14th, of course. My Uncle Rick, which is her brother, his birthday's on February 14th today. So happy birthday, Uncle Rick. But my mom ended up passing on February 15th at like 5:35 in the morning. It's a story that one day maybe I'll tell again. It's just crazy sometimes, when things happen for their reasons, and stuff like that. But anyways, back on to Sebastian. Tomorrow was my mom's birthday. Yeah, my mom's actually birthday is March 15th. She literally died a month before her 68th birthday on there. So happy birthday to your mom tomorrow on there, guys. And again, like I said, much love to everybody and prayers for Sebastian. I think the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna watch a clip from Jay for Justice. And if one of you, Sharon, if you could do me a favor, if you don't mind, could you by chance grab Jay for Justice's link? Since we're gonna watch a couple of her videos. Again, whether you like her or not, doesn't matter. Like I said, it's all about content and stuff like that. I mean, if there's one thing that I do notice is that, the one thing I like about this case is like nobody's like copyright striking each other and stuff like that. Like this channel, you can use the content. That's all good. JLR lets you use the content. Like nobody's copyright striking each other and stuff like that, which is a good thing. Especially when you're covering cases and people are using everyone's information, to try to show it and stuff like that. Some good, some bad, but at the end of the day, if you could do that for me, Sharon, that would be a great. Is 5 degrees here in Ireland. It's 3 degrees here in Langley, British Columbia. My daughter's birthday is today, and she's in Barbados on a cruise. Jamie, we should. Nice, nice, nice. Happy birthday to your daughter on there. Thanks, Kaz. Wow, Sunny. I sometimes wonder if people hold out to go when when they're really ready. Yeah. I can tell you that my mom certainly did. Again, thank you so much for doing that. So Melissa, I thought we'd start off by playing Seth's first interview. Now, I believe he sounds like he's outside, so it is a little bit, got that background noise to it. But I thought we'd start off by playing Seth's first interview that he did. You guys cool with that? I think so. You cool with that, Melissa? Okay.
Jay for Justice wasn't his first interview.
Pardon?
Jay for Justice wasn't his first interview.
What was his first interview?
Pascal. Well, technically, his first interview was Fox 17, then Nick Harris twice, and then Pascal.
No, sorry. The one that she's playing is from the Fox interview, meaning it's just from her channel.
Oh.
Yeah. So, and that was, I think, March 5th. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because Katie and Chris came out first.
4th.
Okay, so she did it on the 5th is what her date was. So just give me a second here. Yeah. So we're just going to play, like I said, it's just the sound of it. Okay. So let me hit play to that. I got all these tabs open. Okay, guys, so let's listen to this.
As his father, tell me a little bit about your son.
Again, you're going to hear clapping, okay?
He's loving. He's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games. watched TV. Had a great weekend.
And I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every.
I'm gonna stop it right there, because and hi, Yudisefa, welcome, happy Valentine's Day, to you. Because Melissa, there's one thing I keep taking out of this particular video, besides, of course, Seth is broken, just absolutely broken and devastated, is that right there, just like Kaz said, this is why it's so odd, right? So there's meaning if Sebastian would have left on his own, he is such a gamer. We've heard that so many times, that he loves playing his games, Minecraft being one. And Seth repeats that and repeats that. So if Sebastian had left on his own, he would have taken he would have taken stuff. He would have prepared himself. Okay. So that's why him leaving is, like, to me, out of the question. It's like a 0.0001%, to the nth degree. Do you agree with that, Melissa?
Yeah, I mean, it is so low on my list of possibilities. I mean, there always is that, 1 in a million chance that that's what happened. But on the lab, one of the interviews Seth did with the lab, he had asked him, if he thought that Sebastian had ran away. And Seth replied to him and said that if Sebastian would have run away, he would have taken his backpack, his switch, toys, and a phone.
Yep, absolutely. He actually made mention there that, yeah, he would have taken his phone. We all know that, right? His phone was on the kitchen table, or in the kitchen. And that he said that his godparents, like he could have had the ability to call the godparents, himself and stuff like that. And so, yeah, so like that right there to me just says, amongst everything else, so if they're going to claim that he didn't have shoes on or didn't have slippers or some sort of sandals and stuff like that, regardless even of that, which is strange in itself, that, there's no way that he would have not taken something.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And every time Seth says something like that, he thinks he would have went out with shoes on, or
Yeah.
and this is in the beginning, if he would have went out with shoes, or he would have taken this, or he would have taken that. The possibility of Sebastian walking away on his own free will for me just kept moving further down that list.
Yeah.
Because, his dad's gonna know.
And right, one sec, right, Sharon? Ben, my online husband, whatever. Ben's not here. I forgive you, Ben. Don't worry. I got a real husband. I don't need an online husband. You can have stuff on there. Charmaine's saying, I just woke up. I may go back to bed. Okie dokies. She traveled up to Slave Lake today. She's with Ian. Didn't I recall asking her a question yesterday? What is she doing for Valentine's Day? So I don't know if it was in the plans to go up there, because I'm pretty sure she said.
Yeah, she said she was headed up there today.
Oh, did she? Oh, maybe I just don't listen to her too well. Okay. Okay. Let me play some more on there.
Every day I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, video games. He'd probably be, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
I haven't had very much sleep at all. I mean, coffee and energy drinks is my main diet has been.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere. I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. If my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911.
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Every day.
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it.
Okay.
I'm looking for him,
Yeah. And I know, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of speculation too about possible criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son. If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son, Sebastian, mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
No, man.
Okay. And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I want to hear from you. Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man.
Okay. That just makes me tear up right at the end there when his voice cracks. And Kaz, honestly, absolutely exhausted. That was about a week later, and all he was doing was searching for his son. He was in Hendersonville for 3 days, but then back, looking for his son after that. So that's honestly a voice of exhaustion, just like when he was on the live here. Again, just exhausted. But anyways, just at the end there, my heart breaks so badly when it comes to stuff. I know that there's a few things that he said recently about the video and stuff like that, which I would like to clear it up. But at the end of the day, regardless for that particular thing, I'd like cleared up myself. Again, this is someone to me that has always shown, and we're here almost a year later, that didn't have social media And then now he has, brought up, he had his channel, which had a couple little videos on it. And the reason actually that he ended up coming into this live, um, back when he was actually on the live, was because he said that he had seen this channel subscribe to his channel, on there. And then that's when he ended up coming in here, was for that. But now, he has his own channel that he does with the lab and, Tony Mathis and whatever, to do his thing over there. But anyways, so Melissa, your thoughts?
He was so exhausted. You could just hear it, or I could anyway, in his voice of just how exhausted he was. And like you said right there at the end, he kept it together. He was trying to keep it together, and he did keep it together until he was speaking directly to Sebastian, and then he just couldn't keep it together anymore. But one thing I noticed is he said, "I'm looking for him," not "we are looking for him."
Right.
And this is, this was on the 4th, so you're talking what, a week and a half, maybe. 9 days. Sorry, I have it. 9 days. So 9 days after his son goes missing, he's already using singular terms. So that makes me wonder, as far as what he was thinking, and I'm not going to speculate as to what he was thinking at this time, but it's definitely heart-wrenching to hear him keep it together, as exhausted as he is, and then at the end just absolutely, break down, for lack of a better way to put it.
Absolutely. And in the shape of a heart, thank you for joining us. Oh my goodness, my hands are shaking, typing as tears are running down my face. I'm late, coming in by 33 minutes. Hello all. I wanted to say happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Again, today is about Sebastian Rogers, of course, and focusing on, things to do with Sebastian. Like that was Seth's first interview that he did with Fox there. And thank you for joining us, and happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And again, not for the channel, but for Sebastian, please hit that like and the share if you could. Again, it's just really about bringing this poor child's case to the awareness of as many people as possible and keeping it out in the public. So that would be appreciated if you can do that. Again, Miss Dog Lover, thank you for the 1999 super chat earlier as well. And whether you're single or whether you're with someone, I hope you guys all had a good day today. And if you're not feeling loved, well, you can come in here and feel loved today. Okay. Well, here, got the heart. Got the heart. XOXO. Oops. Here we go. XOXOXO. So happy Valentine's Day to everybody on there. Okay. Yeah, again, I can't say enough about this case. I know I could sit here and cover a lot of, cases going on and stuff like that. I usually just like to focus on one at a time. I'm not that channel that's, striving to, have, well, maybe one day I'll have millions of followers one day, maybe, but it's the goal is really just to try to do lives when I'm not working. And just really focusing on the Sebastian Rogers case, because regardless, even if we're at a stalemate, we still have to bring awareness to the case. And, for the channels that really do put a lot of care into Sebastian Rogers, just know that, of course, you're appreciated as well. Well, I'm sure that the families, regardless, appreciate the coverage of their son, because there's a lot of cases out there, sadly, that never see the light of day of this type of coverage. And again, this one stole my heart. Our first live was on the 27th of February here, and like I said, we're getting to the year mark for Sebastian Rogers. I honestly, and just to go back, honestly thought when this Aspen brought this case to me from TikTok, that Sebastian would have been like, I just figured he, was hiding somewhere. and that he would be found. Day number 2 goes along, and I'm like, ooh, geez, I thought he was going to be found. Day number 3 came along, and I'm like, oh, okay, something's really wrong here. And then as it progressed to like a week, then you really start going, okay, there's definitely something wrong, here, but then, because then the more you get to know about Sebastian, and being autistic and stuff like that, and not really having friends and stuff like that, and listening to that he didn't have really much online access, besides more so at his dad's house a little bit, but it's just a heartbreaking story. There's so many out there that are heartbreaking, don't get me wrong, but this is about Sebastian, and I can't believe we're actually at a year mark. Hi Remy, Steph, how are you? Oh, there's Steffa. Steffa, I've renounced Ben over to you since he's not here. I feel like our love relationship online is over. So he's yours. Go ahead. Happy Valentine's Day to you guys. And 1 second. There you go. Big kisses. Big kisses to everybody. That's why I got my husband. Anyways, so big kisses to everybody on Valentine's Day. If you don't love anyone, well, you can love us, right, Melissa? We got openings over here. But so this next one again is from J for Justice. I just, a couple that I had when I was looking at some. And so this one is kind of like the record or the dispatch. So we'll just listen to this one for now. And thank you guys. You guys can see the green hearts in the background, for Sebastian. Love your lips. My husband says the same thing. I love my lips. Melissa, I do hate to be braggadocious, but I do have great kissing lips. My husband tells me it all the time, and I happen to agree. Good kisser right here. Just saying. I love Johnny Depp too, crybaby. I love Johnny Depp too. And I'm so glad that case with Amber Turd there. She just made herself look like a big narcissist and full of herself. Anyways, love Johnny Depp as well. Hi, Justice Jane. How are you? Ben is currently abandoned in Australia outback. Okay, so we're going to play this again. It's on J for Justice channel over there. And Sharon, can you just post that link again in chat for J for Justice if you could, so I don't have to scroll all the way back up again? Okay, so let's play that. Okay, I'm going to close down this one, and then we'll play this. Let's see. Okay.
1008
So, wait 1 second now.
Caller advice of Avenue 15.
I'll play it from there. 6:39 a.m.
1008 Stafford Court 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advice of Avenue 15-year-old male is not in the bed. Medium white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
Just warming up.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
Sit there and see what's going on. Go around, search the residence. We'll go from there. I'm in the area. Check one hold up. Just seeing it.
You can send me a file around to the missing juvenile. I said, there's no medical center ER, Center Station ER, Center Regional ER, and Skyline, all clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has been launched at 7:45.
Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach.
It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? Couldn't have any shoes.
Doug, is it? I do have some footprints.
Right there where you're standing?
Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining.
No shoes, just footprints?
He literally dove into it. Max led me straight to the retention pond. He led me down into the water. Have you seen any prints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet? That's simple. What was that heat signature at?
Where the riprap is, well, where the trees are, 25 feet maybe out in toward the middle.
Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone, in the same area back there. Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Down over here, go straight back. There's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward the beach, or going on the back side? Yeah, on the back side, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
It's Hendersonville 517. I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close?
No, the back side.
Nikki, if you can, do you have anybody there with you?
Stand by. Let me see if I can find it on my map. I got my drone grounded for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over.
One of the two. I'm in my truck. Two, there's four of us on foot coming across the yard, start directions. 19's on the screen.
Straight in. Keep it on. Go left. Please come back, you passed it. Right, one piece there, walk with you going. Into the woods, You should be about 15 foot from it.
What's the child's first name?
Should be all over it, whatever it is right there. The two people walking the wood. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. Look just like a person from the air. Here's another 66. What's the name of the child that we're looking for?
First name is Fran.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
First name is Sebastian. Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Nikki, how many drones do y'all have up? One at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get Sartopo up. I'll be back in the air momentarily.
29 Central on scene. Put two out here with me.
And for, has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people here now. 4 in the morning. Can you help me listen to the radio on the north end until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got Hendersonville Mountain Patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if y'all want. If we can start from the beginning, from the original house, and set up a new plan up there. Yeah, boy, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you.
One all year, so neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure and search under cars and under things.
Who do you want to go with this other K9 search and rescue?
I just talked to the GC, the construction back here. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working.
Everybody, 94 to 1,000. So we can get a game plan and reconvene. Hey, Burgett, can you put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster? See if there's anything in it. 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture. You send out a code red for 1008 staff.
Code red was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. We will send that in good. Can we retry that, please?
10-4, will do.
12 188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008, please?
2-4.
12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 staff report now, please. Start at the beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north of Kelly Lane. That's fine. I'll get these two houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me. No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up from is see the white Ford in the driveway. We log a neighborhood Facebook page. Post is made. 1023 check. No motion on camera.
Unit on staffers. We had an additional caller call in that lives in this area stating she saw someone that made the description on Hogan's Branch, male with sandy blonde hair, with a bag wrapped around his head. She also stated he had on a reflective jacket approximately 2 hours ago.
30 command. 139 World End has a camera, but nobody's answering the door. He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, or notified this, sir.
10-4. 10-4, that was the camera, is correct?
It's 10-4. Nobody's answering, nobody's home. In reference to that address, please run a registration check on testing tag. Suicide.
Next is that 2012 BMW, 750 black and color, registered. Had that address. Confirmed NSR.
Correct. When you can't see it, you can find any information. I'm sure we can look up on a phone number or something. We would appreciate it.
Command the units that are at staff report. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
Made contact with 1000 Killing Lane. He checked all of his cameras. Nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Killing Lane. 105 answered, hasn't seen it. Nothing on the ring doorbell.
10-4, and you're saying 102 is at 1002?
1002, I'm sorry.
Did you ask if he had any light purple hoodie?
I don't know if the parents will know, but just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with home or something like that.
Can I ask?
Mom doesn't advise us to call me.
Yeah.
They were at Dragon Square last night, just bowling at them. Do you have a unit go there to make sure that he hasn't returned there?
1015 had ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
517 Hendersonville is with me. 1000 contact, haven't seen anything either, nothing on ring doorbell. 1012 Killing Lane through 20. Oh, 1012 go through the entire. The lady at 1032 Kellen runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she's updating it to request people to look in their crawl spaces and hidden areas.
4.
Hey, on at 1000 Killing Lane, did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but if it wasn't locked from the outside, it was checked.
1018 Stafford. They are reviewing their camera footage right now.
I need some check contact and the cameras checked. No, that's fine.
184, you're low volume. They got cameras checked.
It will 1018. And I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 1085.
Resident at 1028 Keller Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts, had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Keller Lane. I just talked to him. He's one helping. Well, thank you. 12 units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford.
1023, 24, 18, and 16 Stafford. Ring cameras, nothing's been called. Operations have started at Willow Bend Drive, St. John Baptist is clear all the way along. And then dumpsters and both church buses have been cleared also. They're making that.
10-4, are you going back to Stafford Court?
Still on search, but general area.
1026 Killing Lane, no contact. 1028 made contact, nothing on their cameras. And 1030 contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
68 man, all houses on Killing Lane have been checked.
And Brad, those woods on that side of Long Hollow, we've been unable to fly to due to the distance with the drones. So those big woods that's south of the house, we haven't been able to get chisel.
All properties on Vandywood Court have been checked for starting on Honeysuckle now. Yeah, that's 3293 Long Hollow Pike. Beyond the creek and checking that cave behind the house.
I'm almost back to the house. Meet my partner.
We crawled back into the cave as far as I could go before it got muddy. No footprints and it's collapsed only in about 10 feet.
10-4, but you're out of it, correct?
Sounds like Trooper Grinder has himself and a few troopers. They're going to hit the roads outside of our immediate vicinity and just look for him walking down the roadway somewhere.
3301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. Stone House, several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone else wants to look.
I just sent you the endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please. 12 to 188.
Please.
Did y'all check inside each one of those buses behind TW Hunter?
247, we check them all.
Okay, well, we're about the three closest to the building. We asked Transville to respond to the area of National Pike and Carrion Road. There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants and a red t-shirt. I'm shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us. Outside of Long Hollow from Killing Lane to Center Point has been checked. Can you check the field houses that are up on top of the hill by the practice field back behind TW Hunter? I don't see that anybody has tracked through there on foot.
Thank you for watching.
There we go. Okay, so that was on J for Justice's channel. This one right here, guys. Let's see here. 1 second. I'll put that in chat in case anyone does want to go back for that one. So, again, that was on J for Justice channel. I'll drop the link right there for that video on there. So, Melissa, this is, you said you were looking for this one.
Yeah, so one of Seth's PIs, when she was on Web Sleuth, I think it was, I'm pretty sure, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure that's the one she said it on. I'd have to go back and look. But anyway, I digress. She said she went over the audio of the dispatch call that had the addresses. And the dispatch call that I have does not have that part. Now, the dispatch audio I have and the one you just played are both similar and very different. They're similar because a lot of the stuff that is in those is in this one. However, there's other things like the mannequin being found and the two kids that were questioned, things like that, that are different in the one. So I've been looking for this one that gives the addresses, and I haven't been able to find it. So because I wanted to map out myself the cameras.
Yeah.
And that's how she said she did it, was going by this audio.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just, as you were playing that, you know, I even said it in the chat, my gut is just screaming that law enforcement has something here. And I'm not saying that we deserve to know or we need to know or we have the right to know. I'm just saying that I feel like law enforcement has something because of how quiet they're being, because they're not coming out and saying, hey, we need your help. And they just seem very reserved, I guess maybe is the word right now.
Yeah. And for Cass, just quickly on the, did anyone ever else report seeing the so-called mannequin from the first search? Well, that was in the audio. Like that's the only time I ever heard it was in that dispatch audio or whatever, kind of like what we just heard.
It was in the dispatch audio, but I heard Christopher Proudfoot talking about it, and I didn't note it in the document because it really isn't important. So I can't tell you exactly where he said it. But I know it was a panel, and I think it was all women, and it wasn't Web Sleuth. I want to say maybe Queen Bee, but he said that mannequin had been there since he was a child, and they actually decorate it. So like if it's Valentine's Day or, you know, July 4th or whatever, that they decorate it depending on the season, even like Halloween, and they'll put like a Santa suit on it at Christmas. And he was talking about it on there. So I've heard about the mannequin twice, one with the dispatch audio. And then I heard Chris talking about it. And the way Chris talked about it, it'd been there since, like he said, he was a kid. So
Kaz is saying, did any other searchers ever see it?
In the one dispatch audio I have, they actually go into depth. Like he's leading these guys. He's saying there's somebody in the woods. No, you need to go, 25 foot this way. Go, keep going. It's, and he's like leading them to it. And you can hear like this urgency in his voice because he didn't realize it was a mannequin. And then they get back there and they're like, it's a mannequin. And it's like, you just hear like, really?
I know.
Because we always say it's never a mannequin in the woods. When you think it's a mannequin, it's not a mannequin. And here they were, and you can just hear like, I hate to say it, but almost like a relief sort of that it was a mannequin.
Mm-hmm. Ginger Girl says Jessica Danielle did the dispatch of the first 11 hours. Is that the YouTube channel name, Ginger Girls? Like, is that
Ginger
like
Girl? Can you send that to maybe a link to that to me or Sunny?
Yeah, or tell us the YouTube channel name, or because I'm curious about that. When you say of the first 11 hours, yes, she is Canadian.
I ain't got no plans tomorrow. I'll go listen to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'd like to listen. She's like Canadian. Wow, that's the girl right there, Canadian girl. Love it.
I'll sit here on my breathing treatment and just listen to the.
I do want to say something back to I think what you had said there, that you believe that they have something more. On the web sleuth, when is it Chloe? Chloe's talking, and she's talking about the missing, the missing report, and how that, that she found it very strange because, normally when she's working on a case, you ask for the missing child report type of thing. And she had said like they got denied. And she goes, and she found that very odd because usually when she's working a case, that's one of the things you get. So in saying that, there's obviously a reason why they don't want to release that information. And I think it's more to do with the fact of that, because it houses information that they don't want out there in that report. That would be my thing about that. So I agree that there's, more that they know to it, but yet not enough, of course. Obviously, somebody would have been arrested by now if they knew what happened to Sebastian Rogers, where he is and stuff like that. But does that make sense? Why they wouldn't release the, the missing report there for Sebastian?
So I don't know how Tennessee does it, but when we have a missing child in my area, when I was a paramedic, we would even get the missing person reports. Like they would, bring it to our station, and like everybody in, all the first responders, we would have it at the station if we needed to look at it. And so I find it odd that they're not releasing it. And maybe it is because they have something in it. But it seems really odd to me that they wouldn't release it. And I agree, Stefa. I mean, that's why I laugh when I say it, because we always say it's never a mannequin. It's always a person. It's never a mannequin, because every time somebody finds somebody, they're always like, well, I thought it was a mannequin. And we say it's never a mannequin. Well, in this case, it was a mannequin. So it makes me chuckle. But it's really weird that is where, within blocks of a missing child to me. But I find it really weird that they don't, and odd that they don't release the missing person report to somebody who is a PI and investigating the case.
Hey, just quickly, for the one that we watched for G for Justice, give me a second here. 11:30. Okay. 1 second. Don't worry. I got my magnifying detective glass on.
But I also agree with you, Sonny, that not only that they're not releasing it for those weird circumstances, but there was something else you said that I was going to agree with you on, and now I done lost my train of thought. This is why I put messages in back chat.
There's Jessica's channel. Thank you, Ginger. Like, I know she didn't send it to me. I just Googled it and I found it. So there's more. And the one for J for Justice, it seems to stop at like pretty much this mark here, the 11:54 mark. So let's play this out, the rest of it.
You want to send me that link? I'll add it to the document.
That's negotiations. I know you can Google search it yourself. Absolutely. And I'll drop the link in chat as well. Thank you so much, Ginger, for letting me know that. And thank you, Canadian. And then every time I try to send you something on Facebook, though, it doesn't seem to want to go. I had to like drop it to myself to send it to you. Forward. Melissa.
I don't remember who told you about this one, but thank you. Oh, Ginger, that's who said it.
Yeah, I like personally, I knew about this one, but in saying that, okay. Actually, it was just sent to me by, I beat you, Ginger. There, yeah, I got it right here. Thank you so much. I just thought when she was talking, I was just gonna Google it, see if I could find it, and then I was like, sweet. So thank you for doing that. That way, I know it's in my email at least if I ever happen to need to find it again. I did drop it to myself in my messenger, but you know how that goes. But Melissa will put it, you guys, just so you know, again, the Google Docs, for anyone that doesn't know, Melissa has done up a Google document, okay, which houses interviews with the Proudfoots, with SAF, with the news stations. Basically, it's kind of like a go-to for almost all of Sebastian's stuff. It's still, there is still other ones, and it's a file that she keeps adding to. But and then on the side, I'll show you guys it in a second again. But let's just hear this one out here, the rest of this. Okay, 1 second.
Annex has been completely searched. All clear. It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the Beachcomber Church between it and the First Annex. It's the main football complex. Me and Marshall was back here in the back of the cemetery back here. No contact with anyone, and his truck is not here either. So I think the lady's here trying to get in her driveway in your cars, and is the key there by chance? It is, but it's locked. Okay. Yeah, she's trying to get in the driveway. We haven't had a process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you. You may do it, man. We just put another can on the ground at the house. See if it cooks up anything.
We are breaking off fuel gallons for her fuel.
Refuel.
The creek worsens to New Shackle Long Hollow and the bridge there have all been checked. Marty, what's your location?
Allison by 109 in Thornton's right now. I just got a phone call. Kid matching that description, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market. I'll be en route. I'm close.
If we get somebody else on the other side of the nursery to come down, she stated that he could be on that side. 446, what was he last seen at? Just under the bridge. She stated that when she went down to turn around, he was on 446. Did you talk to the client? She's still on the bridge. White female, black leggings, I believe. Long hair to the 447, 446. You see any tracks that way? I'm taking Creek Clover. See any tracks? 446 to 447. Hold your location, please. I'm on foot now.
10-4. I know they've got the dog.
Will you stop it there a second?
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158.
Okay.
So he just said, this is my first time hearing this part. So he just said, or asked rather, were there any tracks up there? Is he talking footprints or is he talking about a dog tracking? Do you know?
No, I don't. I was taking it as there's no tracks as in people, like any tracks of a person or something like that. Do you want me to play it again?
Okay. No, that's okay. I've added this to my list of things to go through tomorrow and make notes on in the document. So I've added it for now. So that's good. I'll hear it tomorrow.
Okay.
Upper station.
The residents say the EPA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
There's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody in black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys.
Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here along the tree lines. Let's go through there.
12 to 24. How long have they lived in that house?
A year.
Where were we at before?
Cambridge Farms, Gal. 449 Remington in Cambridge Farms.
White male, gray t-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde hair.
We'll be out at Lower Station, Scarlet, and Big Station with a white male juvenile with four-wheeler in the creek.
Who checked out with a juvenile on Station Gal?
This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with his father in the creek.
I made contact with the male, the caller, and him and the trail called about. It's not our subject.
Okay, so that was the end of that. So basically, I guess, like I said, that was the 11 hours, but that was the final part of that particular one on there. So again, that was thanks to Ginger. That was Jessica Danielle. I dropped the link for that channel right here for anyone that wants to ever go listen to the whole thing again. So thank you for that. Okay, and so that's something, like I said, I'd have to go back and listen to everything. And I know, like I said, that Chloe had said that she got the cameras off of this, like this dispatch or whatever you call it. Or what is that what it's called? Dispatch? Is that the word for
This
it?
is a dispatch call. This isn't a 911 call. And the way to tell the difference for those that don't know, dispatch is when they're calling back to Central or the main station and they're telling them what to do. Whereas 911, you're only going to hear whoever's calling and the dispatch.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was using the right term because I knew that there wasn't a 911 call. Unfortunately, they probably wouldn't have released it though. Who knows? Maybe they would have. Maybe they wouldn't have. We know that Seth had one through his work for Sebastian in case something had happened to Seth. But as for Chris and Katie, no, they didn't. So yeah, I just remember Seth talking about that, or I think maybe even someone asked Christopher Proudfoot. I can't remember. I definitely know. I think that Seth had said that. Did it come out of Christopher's mouth or Seth's mouth? Because I remember that.
I believe it came out of Katie's mouth.
Yeah.
And give me a minute and I can tell you who, where. But I just want to say real quick on this code red for people that don't understand what they're saying. A code red can be given for weather, for missing persons, for different things. And it's an alert that goes to emails and social media, mobile apps. It goes to phones. And it's for whether you need to evacuate. And missing person. So it's kind of like a preemptive to an Amber Alert.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. The next one we're gonna watch is what Steffa and Melissa were talking about in regards to Sebastian going to live at his father's, and what he says. So I'm gonna
Hey,
play
Sonny, I
that.
found it.
What did you
So
find?
it was on Smiley's World.
Yeah,
Katie
Smiley.
Proudfoot said it
Right.
at timestamp 109:57.
Okay. And again, you guys can go to the Google Docs. Again, it's one of those things that, it's at your fingertips for watching the interviews and a lot of the stuff that was said on there as well. So check it out at the Google Docs. And yeah, no, it was Katie. I remember it on Smiley's World. Seth might have said it as well. Like I'm sure that he might have been asked about that because I think I've heard it a few times, and it was probably brought up to Seth. And yeah, I can for sure remember Seth saying it, talking about that as well.
I want to put in there when you're talking about the Google Docs. Remember here a couple lives ago, you were making fun of me because I didn't know what I was doing, and it was Control F to easily search stuff. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so in the Google Doc, you can use Control F if there is something specific that you're wanting. Type in a keyword that will be about it. For the life insurance, I put life insurance. But that works on that too. So that I found that out today. Don't make fun of me again.
Wait, sorry.
But yes, Steffa, I did.
The heart. What was the last thing you said? You found out what?
I said I found out the Control F works on the Google document today. So you're not allowed to make fun of me because I just realized it today. But to respond to Steffa, yes, I found it. I think Sonny's going to play it. And you and I don't know if we're both right or if we're both wrong or if we're just going to meet in the middle.
Yeah. I feel like it's both. He's just going to meet in the middle on this one.
I feel like we were both right to a degree.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to play that. And this is the lab. So I'll drop the link for this one as well. So that's Josh from the lab. And paste. And don't forget, you guys, on Monday, Seth and Tony will be on the Lore Lodge. So don't forget that. That's on Monday. And I believe I am working till 4 that day. So I'll probably go live as it's happening as well, because that will be a nice one. But anyway, so don't forget about that. And
are you allowed to do that?
What?
Like stream another for my own personal reference? Are you able to stream another person's live as they're doing it?
Well, I mean, you can if they're not copyright strikers, right?
Cool. Okay.
So
I know for future reference.
Yeah, I don't know the Lore Lodge to be a copyright striker on there, but yeah. Okay, so let's play this part. Okay.
Tell us what it is, but I mean, are your searches yielding anything right now?
No.
Yeah.
It's not, but my search isn't going to yield anything until I find my son.
Sure.
Why I won't stop.
Look, man, I've followed this from kind of the beginning, and I have no doubt that you will find your son and that you'll be the reason. I truly think that. I mean, it's terrible what's going on, and I tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want him here. He wants to be here. You know, it's
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
see, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work, because those are the days I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And forgive me, and if I don't ask the question properly, because I don't know Sebastian, but there was said that he had his own money, phone, glasses. Would he have known to take all that stuff if he was leaving? I mean, he wouldn't have left. Would he? I don't want to say he wouldn't have. Would he have left barefoot under any circumstances that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
So if he was running away, he probably would have taken his backpack. He would have taken his switch. He would have taken his games, because he likes to play video games. He would have taken toys, because his toys are, they're his.
Sure.
He probably would have taken his phone too. I mean,
and he could dial his phone to you right away. He could take his phone and call you. There was a direct line there.
Yeah, at any point in time when I called, it's like somebody mentioned that I had to call Chris to talk to Sebastian. No.
Okay.
I've called Sebastian's phone. If he doesn't answer, then I will call, because sometimes you got to rush out the door. He doesn't have his phone on him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hey, I need to go to the store. Come on, let's go. Get to the truck. You're like, you got your phone on you? No. You're supposed to have it on you. Here it's go get your phone then.
Yeah.
Or if I'm just running to the store to pick up some stuff, a gallon of milk or whatever I'm picking up, it's like, don't worry about it. I have my phone.
Was he able to stay home alone?
He was responsible enough. He stayed home alone during break.
Yeah, he's 15. I mean, yeah.
15, physically, mentally, not so much.
Yeah, what would you say? Because obviously you know him as well, better than anybody. I've heard conflicting reports, so that's why it's really nice to talk to you. And I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, because this is cutting into my sleep.
I bet it is, and I'm sorry about that. And
we'll stop it there for a minute, you guys, because again, that's what we were talking about, right? The likelihood of Sebastian going with someone knowingly or leaving himself makes zero sense at all, right? It doesn't make sense at all. So that's why for me, that's pretty much off the table for the most part, leaving it at the very bottom of the thoughts for sure. It's just, again, right? Come on. He's 15 years old. They keep saying how smart he is. He loves his snackies, right? He loves playing his games, like loves playing his games. He would have taken his Switch. If he would have gone knowingly or left on his own, that stuff he would have taken with him. His favorite things. That's why to me, like that is just, then it leaves you with, a few other only options really to me. Melissa, your thoughts, and thank you guys. Please hit that like button for Sebastian. Again, please do it for Sebastian. I'm not asking you to do it for this channel. Just do it for Sebastian. Keeping the awareness. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Hope you guys all had a wonderful day today. Lots of love. This is, we're trying to just keep this, you know, positive live about love and caring about Sebastian Rogers. So, Melissa.
Oh, sorry, I had to find the mute button again. Okay, so last night, Steffa and I were talking, and I feel like we got into it felt like a tiff, even though I didn't mean it to be that
No, I
way.
think you did.
I didn't really mean for it to be like that. Last night she said Seth turned it down a year before until Sebastian's behavior improved. And I told her it wasn't until, it was because. So it was like that one word. So what Seth has said, he said that he was supposed to come live with me last year, but I gave my son another chance to straighten up his behavior. So I took that to mean that he was going to take him, right? But he was going to give him the chance. And basically, anybody that's a parent, either you do this or this is going to happen. This is what your choices are. These are the consequences, right? So because his behavior started getting better, he left him with Katie. So that's how I took it. And after re-listening to this today, looking at it from how Steffa had stated it, I actually kind of seen her point, because until his behavior, you could put in there until it got better, right? So somewhere in the middle of what I was thinking and what Steffa was saying, and maybe we're saying the same thing, just a different way. And so I'm sorry, Steffa, if you felt like I came at you wrong or whatever. I didn't mean to. I'm just so tired of creators, and I'm not saying you, Sonny, but there are creators putting out straight up false information, right? And that's not going to help find Sebastian. Is what Seth just said going to find Sebastian? No. But when I see something that I think is false, I want to try to clear it up, because I just want the facts out there. So I owe Steffa an apology. I hope she accepts, because I think what he said is kind of in between what I was thinking and what I thought she was saying, which may actually be what she was meaning.
It almost sounds like you're groveling. Yeah. Now it just feels like you're groveling for her to accept your story.
Accept it or else. No, I'm woman enough to admit, I can see it from her standpoint. So,
Yeah. Oh, there you go. One for Steffa. Point. Wait, hold on. We got to halt for a second. Ben. I gave you away because you weren't here for the Valentine's Day live. Now I feel bad since you're here. So I was basically like, Ben, our online love affair, our online marriage is kind of over. And I was like, here, Steffa, he's yours, because Ben can't make it for Valentine's Day. Then why do I want him? But now that he's back, Steffa, sorry. Mine again. Sorry. Yeah. Take backs. Anything I said shall not be held against me in the court of law. Right, Ben? Or on YouTube. Anyways, Ben, nice to see you. There we go. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Hope again you had a good day.
So I'm not sure what white knighting for somebody means.
Whoa.
Steffa said,
whoa.
I just do not white knight for Seth. He is not this perfect dad. I think they all have some work to do. I fully agree, Steffa. He is not perfect. The Proudfits were not perfect, but nobody is. But I don't. I think the reason I feel for Seth and Sonny, I don't know about you, but it's the way he sounds, the way he talks about Sebastian. He isn't downing him. He isn't calling him an artard or an idiot or any of these words. He is being honest with Sebastian's issues, but he's not downing him the way I feel like the Proudfoots are. And he's just, you can feel his hurt. And you can, like you say, you can tell he's being genuine in that hurt. And I don't feel that from them. So I'm not sure what white knighting is. I'm not sure if that's what I'm doing. But I think that all of them had issues. I think it was a very dysfunctional family. And they all had issues.
You know, so the bottom line to me of all this is that Seth is not perfect. I mean, we have seen the side of him where he's told people to F off if they don't want to be part of it when Chris and him were going to join forces. Never happened, but whatever. But, this is one of those things. There's lots of parents out there that we all could do better jobs. I'm perfect. I raised even though my son doesn't talk to me, I was perfect, of course. But do you know what I mean? But Seth is rough around the edges. He has the mouth of a sailor too going on there. But the bottom line to me is that beyond that, like beyond anyone being rough around the edges, does he love his son? Seth has already said what he has done so that he could, see his son with his work, right? Meaning that he moved out to Tennessee. He had to have, basically when he started his job there, he said, look, I need to have my son, whatever, every other weekend. So I need, this to happen for my shifts. So that's the bottom line of it. Are we looking at someone who really loves their child and wants to find their child, and they're doing anything possible to bring, the case to the limelight, to talk about Sebastian? He is Sebastian focused, right? He's had, his little, hiccups along the way. Again, who's perfect? Nobody, right? So we'd all be hypocrites on that part, because some of us are, like I said, someone might deem Seth as maybe not the best father of the year either, and other people might. Who knows? All I know is I'm judging from the standpoint of, I don't know Seth, but we know him enough to know that he's definitely rough around the edges, but he's a man that's trying to find his son, whereas there's a whole different entity going on the other side. That's the part that I see. So at the end of the day, again, like I've said on this live before, as for Seth and Katie and Christopher, those are secondary to me. Sebastian is the main purpose of the lives, of bringing awareness, talking about things that aren't consistent, talking about, anything, to be honest with you. Again, I mean, we have the right to talk about that because, Katie is the last one that was with Sebastian. And there's such an oddity to this case. It's hard not to give her a stinky eye for sure. Or it's hard not to give Christopher a stinky eye, because he has been proven to be a liar, and a manipulator of words, because he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Seth has had his tangents and stuff like that, where people have got offended and stuff like that. Basically, Seth is that person that's like, look, either you're with me or you're not. If you're not, then get the fuck out of my way, because I'm here for Sebastian and my son. So that's how I personally see it, is that there's a huge difference in, like not everyone wants to share every shit about themselves to the world at the end of the day. I'm still curious about that garbage truck video stuff. I'm not really sure. I'd like to know that one. But at the end of the day, it just becomes about who's being genuine and honest, and who's really showing that they're looking for their child, versus who isn't presenting that from the, say, Proudfoot side. That's how, like I said, it's not even about Seth's side or this side, but that is a clear difference to me. It's still about Sebastian, first and foremost, before anybody else. The parents, obviously, you feel bad for the true people that are missing Sebastian, whether that be the Proudfoots and they end up being the guiltiest, not guiltiest people ever. Seth, the family members, cousins, friends, teachers, all those people that truly care about Sebastian, that just want to have some understanding to this case. Seb didn't have any money. It was a rumor, I believe. No. Oh, Sebastian. No, Sebastian had, no, that wasn't a rumor. That definitely wasn't a rumor. That was
came out of Katie Proudfoot's mouth that he had money.
Yeah, they found it. Actually, I think it came out of Christopher's mouth, actually. that actually had said that they had found. I mean, whether it's Christopher or Kitty, it doesn't matter, but it came out of their mouths when they were talking about finding his little ATM machine in the back. And I'm pretty sure that I want to say Duchess, but sometimes I get Duchess and Smiley's World mixed up for information there. But it was definitely out of their mouths that he had money in the closet in a little ATM machine thing that he made. Now let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna scoot along. Hi, Tisme. How are you? I
I have to agree with Steffa here. She said, "Can we just find Sebastian already? The poor baby is lost out here in the cold." And I fully agree. It's like I just wish we could find him.
Absolutely.
I really do. I mean, the poor baby needs to either be home and be loved and get therapy for what's happened to him, or his body needs found.
You know, I know you keep saying that too, because like I said, just a 1 in the chat if you believe Sebastian's alive. 2 in the chat if you believe Sebastian's no longer on this earth. Just seeing what your guys' thoughts are in general with this case. So 1, if he's alive. 2, if you think that he's not on this earth anymore. My heart goes up to Seth. Obsolete Knighting is over the top protecting in chats. I only do that for Sunny because of her lips. Steffa. That's what I thought you said. Hey, Ben. Ben, don't you wish you could kiss this? Big enough lips. That's a lot of Botox going on right there. You know what? There was this chick on this interview the other day. Oh my MG. Do people... This is a commercial sponsored by Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Please don't over Botox your lips because you look like a duck and it looks ridiculous. And that lady that I saw the other day, I'm telling you, it was like looking at this. And I was like,
I never understood why people do that. Like, do they honestly think it looks good?
Well, a little bit of plumpness for people. Like, I've never personally done it myself. Because I might not have the most voluptuous lips, but I got good kissing ass lips. But anyways, I don't like if people want to plump them up a little bit, but it's when they look like ducks, you know, that it just, or when they make those duck faces on their, just so you guys trust me, it just doesn't look good when you guys do those duck faces. Okay. Whenever a woman do that in their photos, it's like, it's embarrassing actually looking at those because it looks so ridiculous. You know, go get some lip filler if you want to do those faces. But anyways, I just find it, I just don't like unnatural, you know, in a sense that way. You know, it just stands out like a sore thumb. Or else if you've had bad plastic surgery and stuff like that. Like, you know, Sharon from Ozzy Osbourne's wife, Sharon Osbourne. Like, she had a marvelous face job. Whoever her doctor was did an awesome, amazing job on her face. So, but yeah, anyways, just talk, I know.
So I'm giving you a 3, Sunny, because I am torn. My head says one thing, my heart says something totally different. So I'm giving it a 3 because I'm torn between your 1 and 2.
Are you? Steph, are you mad at me too? Because because my reality is not your reality, and Ben, not yours anymore. I gave him to you for a moment just to borrow him, okay, for Valentine's Day. But yeah, I'm kind of greedy like that. Can we just find Sebastian already? Poor baby is lost out there. Absolutely. If that's the case, I think he has every right to be pissed. I do too. You know, the thing about Seth, and I'll come back to this in a second. Sunny has Mr. Best Modman. Is that Seth was being what I called very political at first. When I say politically correct, Seth didn't want to comment, but you could tell within the first week of him searching, and he said, I've been searching. You could tell he was holding back. And then he unleashed that at some point because he was pissed. He was pissed because he was freaking exhausted looking for the child. And he was like, Proudfoots? you guys gonna come help? You know? So that anger unleashed, and understandably so. I mean, I can relate to that. I'm sure most of you guys can. If you feel like that you're doing all this work, boots on the ground, trying to organize stuff, and the Proudfoots are like, but we were handing out flyers. Don't forget, we were handing out flyers. We've been doing things in the background and stuff like that. Again, Seth is out there showing you he was there, right? You guys all seen him. So at some point, he basically had exploded. He was just tired of it. Hence why he was doing, like, even on the interview when he says that I blame Katie, it was underneath her watch yet again, and I'll agree that Seth has more dissed the Proudfoot side than the Proudfoots have dissed him per se publicly. Usually Christopher says stuff, but it's about, usually telling on himself. He's not as vocal as Seth has been about the Proudfoots. Do you agree up with that?
Yeah, I mean, Seth is out there. He's very public about looking. And like I said last night, what is this where they keep saying behind the scenes bull crap? I mean, what is behind the scenes? But I will say to that, I have a correction from yesterday because I said that if the Proudfoots had been out there searching for Sebastian at any point in time, somebody would have taken a picture of it and it would be everywhere. So I actually found today a video, and I sent it to you, Sonny, of Dipstick in the woods. I won't say he was searching because he was mostly just talking, but he was in the woods. So I will correct that. I guess there is some evidence that he could possibly be searching.
Yeah, but that was only.
And Ben wants to ask me a Delphi question.
Hey, chick, that was only at Christmas time. That picture. Is that the one you're speaking about? The one that was like recent?
But at least it shows that he was out there once. I mean, once is better than none. And I said they hadn't been out there at all. So I have to correct myself. He's at least been out there once.
Okay, so for publicity's sakes, correct. It was almost like, almost a year later, all of a sudden it's just like, dun, da, da, da. Here I am to prove that I'm out searching too, off, so as if Sebastian got hit by a car. Anyways, I'll digress on that because we're not going to focus.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like I said earlier with, I want to be factual, and I misstated because he was out there one time. I think, being out there at Christmas looks really bad, but I just don't understand. And if somebody could explain to me, I've had a missing child. So if somebody could explain to me what you do behind the scenes, I'd greatly appreciate that because I don't understand what the whole behind the scenes is.
Steph, I'm sorry. She says, Ben said we were going on a honeymoon this week. Oh, that must be the week after our stuff. Yeah. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, go on. Sorry. Just coming across some of these comments now. I know you're ahead of me. If I was searching for my daughter, my ex-husband, and his wife or not, I would be yelling. So you said you sent me a clipping of, is that what you said? Or you just talking about the picture?
It was like a, I don't know, 30-second video of him out in the woods, and he basically just said, there's a lot of holes out here. You would have went down if you were out here in the dark. But he wasn't really, in my opinion, searching. He was just out there with a stick, flipping some leaves and just talking. So
I know. Let's get real. Okay. Now, did you answer Ben's question for Delphi? Did I miss it?
No. I told him, I asked him what the question is. He hasn't asked me he hasn't given me his question yet.
Oh, Michelle After Dark put all the press conferences together in a live stream. I can drop the link if you want. Have you spare 2 hours to watch it? Oh, yeah. You talk about all the presses from Sebastian's case. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, Ben, drop it so I can talk.
Go ahead, Ben. Drop it. And yes, Ben, feel free. Has other people he has other people do his dirty work for CP, his minions. Yeah. I'm not a Proudfoot fan myself. But hey, some people
Me
are.
either.
You know. That picture was taken after 10 months. They weren't even dirty. Not even. Yeah, you got that right, Lady Roses. I would probably have been sedated and never left the bed, no interviews unless, I can only, I was trying to, of course, picture myself if this has happened, if this had happened to me. I know I would be so broken that I know myself. Anytime I would have had to have talked about my son, I literally would not be able to hold myself together at all. My son, regardless if he's talking to me or not, bullshit. But anyways, love him to pieces. He was my gold bar when he was born. Again, I took being a mother extremely seriously, of course. Actually, I didn't even have to think about it. I love being a mother. I love my son, even though, the divorce impacted him a lot. And his anger is really misdirected, but I'm hoping he'll come out of it one day because his reality is not reality, but he thinks it's his reality, sadly. So that's why he claims he doesn't have anger towards me, but obviously he does. And he still lives with his father, so that doesn't help any either. Probably if he wasn't still living, he's 28, by the way. We got divorced when he was about 15. And he just, obviously he was just looking for his dad's love. I can't fault him for that. I just wish that he wouldn't have pushed me to the side because he felt like he had to be loyal to his dad on there. But, for me, the role of being a mother, like I said, I didn't even have to think about it, and that's why these cases bug me so much when it comes to children. The thought of anyone hurting a child is just so unbelievable. Just like Evelyn Boswell, look at that beautiful girl's face, Elijah Vu. You sit there and look at these babies' faces and stuff like that, or these teenagers like Abby and Libby, and all the potential, and they're so cute, and it just to not see that emotions, at least somewhat coming out, what I feel from like Katie's side, it just bugs me so badly of what we're seeing. I know we don't know everything, but again, we can only deal with what is being projected to us, and I don't think that all of us are on this wrong track thinking the same thing, right? There's others that don't, obviously, but for me, again, I look to myself about, this is her only child. Well, no, hold on. She has an older daughter, doesn't she? Katie. Doesn't she have a daughter?
She does.
Yeah. Well, does she, you guys?
I didn't know that.
I thought you guys just
I thought she only had one kid with Seth. I thought.
You guys, does Katie have another child? Or am I just, making that up? For some reason in my head. Tell me if I'm making that up. I could be totally making that up.
So I just want to respond to Stefa's comment real quick. About she would be sedated and never leave the bed. So, you guys know that, I've had a missing child, but my last remaining child, I can tell you what, if he were to go missing, his dad and I don't speak. And in fact, my ex-husband has told my son, if you speak to your mother, you have to move out, and I'm not going to ever talk to you again. If he were to go missing, it would take me about 2 seconds to dial my ex-husband's number and be like, where is he? Let's go on the news. Let's get this figured out. Let's find him, even though we don't speak. So I don't understand the whole why they can't work. I mean, I get why the Proudfoots and Seth aren't working together, but it would take me about 2 seconds to come out. And, you know, I've already admitted I had to be sedated during, have some sedation during Nick's funeral. But yeah, I mean, I agree with her. You're either coming to my bedroom or screaming on the rooftops, one of the two.
Yeah. Okay. And did you, don't answer, well, answer me, but I'll go back to Linda for a second. Did you answer, Ben?
So Ben wants to know, what did I think about the Ricky Davis mentioning a box cutter in 2017? If you want my feelings on that, I did a live on it, but a quick rundown of that is I think he knew an awful lot of details that only the killer would have known. But does that change my mind on Richard Allen? No. So I believe he shouldn't have known that detail. But again, I did a longer video on it when those documents came out, and I discussed how I felt, if you want to go watch it. And Linda, I can't read tonight because when I first seen her comment, I read, "I just came out," and "Sonny, I love you." I had to go back and reread that, and it's like, oh, she said on, not out, you idiot.
Yeah. So Linda, love you, girl. Thank you. To and happy Valentine's Day. And I'll just keep this very quick about Aspen. With Aspen, no, for me, he just crossed my line as a friend. When Delphi came and he wasn't he wasn't really messaging me. I felt like he totally abandoned all those years that we had worked together. And, you know, he was doing things with other people. And like I said, he barely sent a message. And it was a final straw. Everyone was doing lives. To get him to do a live, he just basically abandoned, you know, for whatever reasons and stuff like that. So, so that's, unfortunately, that's where that ended off. I have a line, and once you've crossed that line, and that was crossing it, for me. Okay. So you don't spend 4 years covering the Delphi case and knowing that the important thing coming up was the Delphi court case, which we were waiting for. And then he abandoned ship. That's simply what he did, you know, because he was too busy hanging out with other people and stuff like that. And so that's all. I don't wish him ill will or nothing like that. Me and Adam got along just fine. But that one literally was way beyond what a good friend does. So I'm a Cancer. He's a Cancer. My husband's a Cancer. We all know when you piss us off, you know, have a good day.
I feel like I'm the child of divorce and you guys were my parents, because I love you both and I support you both.
Yeah, I know. Melissa covered for Aspen just quickly during the trial, just so you know. She was a chair sitter for Aspen, and she had also gone into court because, like I said, Aspen wasn't doing any lives. He came on one for a few minutes. Anyways, bottom line is Melissa then had gone to court a few times and then came on the channel and told us what had happened in the court with Delphi. She loves us both. So she feels that's why she's saying that, right? And like I said, I mean, I'm upset that a friend would do something like that, but by the same token, you know, I wish him the best in whatever he does, you know, with his future and stuff like that. Again, we got along fine. It's not like we had this big argument or we argued. I mean, Aspen always joked around and laughed a lot. It's just too bad. Yeah, it's too bad that it did go that way. But, you know, I'm not really one to sulk about a past. You know, I remember it, of course, but I just move on, just like, you know, like normal, I guess.
So
anyway.
Ben said that Sebastian was the only child that Katie had. And I'm confused here about Olivia's comment that you just put up about it affected my kids too. I'm not sure what she's talking about.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, you called me out on that because when I saw that comment, I was like, shoot, I'm not sure what Olivia means by that. Olivia, so I was trying to play it off like I knew what you were talking about and just like, okay. When I actually had no clue what that comment actually meant. Could you just expand on that? Just because, you know, as we're talking about different things, I'm like, ooh, what were we So if you could just expand on that, Olivia. Sonny, what's a rumor? What's a rumor? What's a rumor? What's a rumor?
I just put that in chat. What's a rumor? Because I'm confused at this point. Olivia, honey, you got to put more information because
I
my
know.
brain
Come
don't
on,
work
give us
that
some
way.
juice. Give us something on there. uh, the Linda, the trial really affected Aspen. Some days he didn't take notes because he was sitting with the family. Yeah, yeah, okay,
And
okay.
it did. I mean, it did. Aspen was affected by the trial. There were times Aspen and I both were crying. Um,
It was more than
but
that.
but at the same time, he could have recorded it and sent it in to Sunny. It wouldn't have taken but 5 minutes.
The difference is that I actually know who Aspen is after 4 years with him. So Aspen is very emotional. Absolutely is. But that I will say that was a part of it. Um, the other part was, let me, you know what? I'm just going to drop it there. Because at the end of the day, again, I'm not here to try to shit on Aspen. I was pissed off during lives. I called him out finally because I was so pissed that everyone was doing lives and my own co-host wasn't, type of thing, so I had my moments there. I don't really think about it too much at all, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't, here and there, but not really, because again, I'm the type of person that, okay, it is what it is, and I just move on. But we'll drop it there, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not like Aspen's this horrible person. I feel like what he did to me was horrible as a friend. But and he might feel totally different about it. But I think that at the end of the day, I mean, it was shown because he obviously didn't do any lives, like one, and one was for a couple minutes and stuff like that. So we'll leave it at that because we want to wish the best for Aspen and happy Valentine's Day, Aspen, Adam, on there as well. But we'll leave that at that. And yeah, but I just wanted to always be honest and answer because Linda had asked, and some people might not have known that, but Melissa has been a great co-host here, and Charmaine when she has time, and Alexa when she has time. Ben, he probably would be a great co-host, but he's too bashful over there on there. But
Well,
no,
I have to give Aspen props for just a minute because since he didn't come on with you, right, and cover Delphi, and I came on with you and covered some of Delphi when I went in, and we talked about it and stuff. I would not have decided to go ahead and get my channel up and running if it hadn't been for that. I would have just been happy being a little lurker, off in the comments. So I gotta credit him for that, because if it weren't for that, of me getting up here so much with you, of me going ahead and deciding to get my own channel up and going.
Okay, so there you go, props. Okay. No, I mean, I personally love it when people, because some people, honestly, when it comes to creators and stuff like that, there's so many people that, follow cases and do that. And so why not? Why not, create your own little channel? It's your own little world, where you can cover cases and you can say what you want yourself, because like there's a lot of people that just don't like to be on the camera and stuff like that. Or I think it's a lot of times it's fear. But honestly, who cares? YOLO. That's all I always say, YOLO. I mean, I honestly don't care what anybody thinks of me in a sense. I just have to be good with who I am as a person. But someone thinks I'm like ugly as crap or too fat or too whatever. I don't care. That stuff doesn't bug me. I just, for me, I'm a very sociable person in life. I'm probably that person, like even at my work, I'm probably one of the most joking around, uh, you know, I don't want to say talkative, but meaning I'm always joking around with people, always getting them to laugh and whatever all the time. It's just, like one of those things. I don't think about it. It's just my personality. I never had an issue. The only thing I was scared about was that I was going to screw up on StreamYard. I didn't care, about doing a live. I just cared about that I didn't screw up with the StreamYard while I was doing the live. But for me, there's like, You know, we've supported a lot of channels along the way to try to help them grow and stuff like that. Because, right, that's what you're supposed to do. You know, to your friends, you're supposed to do stuff like that. They need your help. You know, just like if somebody needs help learning how to edit a video, Alexa, you know, then it's just like, well, I'm here if you need me. And just like with Melissa too, you know, if ever she needs me, she knows I'm there. If I need her, well, I know she has my back as well. Same with Charmaine and stuff like that. So,
And you
anyway,
have helped my channel grow a lot, and I have to say thank you for that because when I started coming up here in Delphi, I had 25 people on my channel. I've now got 74. So woohoo! Yes,
are
can't
you
believe it. Never
streaming?
thought I would have had that many.
Are
No,
you?
I'm not.
How come?
I'm testing out my theory that we talked about after last night's stream, and
Oh,
we'll talk about
thanks.
that. But yeah, um, then I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. Hold on.
Okay, and then I want to after this, we'll go back to watching a little bit more of this one. Oh, unless you want
Oh,
to
I know
watch.
what it was. So, a lot of times you see that I'm not on camera, and there's a lot of different reasons for that. Sometimes because I'm eating, sometimes because like I don't feel good. I think I look like
Smoking.
crap. I'm smoking. But my biggest reason for not being on camera is when I decided through Delphi to go ahead and take this on and start my channel. I said I wanted my channel to be about the person who's missing or hurt. So I don't want to be on camera a lot. Like you'll see Sebastian's picture here. When I did the Evansdale case, I had the Evansdale girls. When I do Abby and Libby, I have them because I want them to be the focus. People don't need to look at me. They need to look at the person who's
Oh,
missing or
no,
hurt.
no, no. I don't buy that stuff. People like, okay, you guys know I'm right on this. You guys don't like looking at an avatar, do you? You don't connect with the audience the same when people are, well, see, you know this. This is true, right, guys? Put a 1 if you actually agree with me on this. You know, my thing is, and I'm the same way in real life, you know, instead of texting me all this shit, pick up the dang phone and I'll talk to you, you know, type of thing. I'm that person. But to me, it's about when you're on a live stream, besides when we're having a puff of our vapes or smoke or go to the bathroom and stuff like that, you know, but other than that, people connect with you when they're right. It's like robotic to me if somebody's hiding behind an avatar. So that's how I feel. One, right, Kim? Right, one, you guys. So, and let me just see here. There's 9 people
I
on
mean,
here.
they're agreeing with you. So, hey.
Well, because it's true. You know, like I said, I don't want to sit there and watch this little avatar going like I mean, I like yours for the fact that it's Sebastian. So it's not irritating to me at all when I'm looking at Sebastian's picture. But when I see those little things going wah 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 wah
Yeah,
wah,
those irritate me. I'd rather be on camera than have that. But like,
yeah,
Sebastian or whatever. That's
yeah,
different.
yeah. So I mean, I then that's your own thing because honestly, it's like yeah, the case, like it's like that's almost putting yourself on a pedestal to think that you're taking away from the live if you show your face. Is that an ego, Melissa?
No, I don't think I'm taking away from it. I just I have seen so many channels that want to sit there and run down other channels. Oh my God, look at what she's wearing, or oh my God,
Well,
she's so ugly, or she's so
of
fat.
course.
And it's like you can't do that if the only focus you have is the person that is being put front and center. So
Yeah,
for like this case, it would be Sebastian.
but that's
So
different.
when I'm talking, you're not focusing on me, you're focusing on what I'm showing.
Ben, I mean, if I didn't show my face, what would Ben do? You know he likes to have a bib and drool. Same with Steffa, for that matter. What would Sharon Parker do if she had to look at an avatar? She'd feel even more lonely than she already does sometimes. Right? See?
I will say, Sonny, I miss your green screen. I always liked your little I don't know what they were, but I called them like the little candles, like the tall candles that were behind you. I miss that.
See, and for me, I was actually enjoying my actual bedroom instead of always a green screen behind me. You know, even though it was funny that you say that, I was watching that today. You know what? Actually, my heart was broke. See, Stefa, my heart would be broken without your face. It's crummy shame. So that's how I get my, that's how I get my fuel is from like comments like Stefa's right there. Yeah. You build me up, Buttercup. Thank you. I miss
Yeah,
seeing Steve's
but
butt.
see, you're cute. I'm not. There's a difference.
No,
When
no,
you
no,
show your
no.
face,
Arms like cute like a button. Anyways, you know what we're gonna do? So we're gonna take a break quickly, and then we'll come back. I'm gonna play a song that no copyright. At least that's what it says. But anyways, I usually use these guys anyway. But anyways, and then we're gonna watch the web sleuths. You know, when Christopher and Seth are on there, that part of it. We'll watch a little bit of that on there. Okay? Yeah, deal. So if you guys want to leave, that's fine, but try to come back in a couple minutes. But go for a potty break. Go grab yourself a drinky. Go eat some chocolate cake, whatever you bought yourself for Valentine's Day, perhaps on there. But other than that, let's see here. I'm
I'm a
going
fat kid. Why you got to bring up chocolate cake? Now I want chocolate cake.
yeah, fatty. Go get yourself some. Oh, I'm sorry. It's over here. Can't have any. All right. So I'm just going to play this. But hold on. Let me go to the song and we'll be right back. Where's my. Gotta find the assets, people. Oh, where is it? It's right down there at the bottom. Okay.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying?
Oh, I guess it stopped.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep
It's a video. Go ahead, Luke.
in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution.
I'm gonna steer it back.
Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring up my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
Okay. Welcome back, guys. Okay, so thank you for staying, whoever did. Oh, some of you left. Get back here. Hey, Charlene, how are you? Yeah, that was Defo for you. Do. And there we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Valentine's Day, of course, to everyone on today, February 14th. Again, it's the day that Abby and Libby's body were found from the Delphi case. And Sebastian is basically, 11 days. And it will be a year since February 25th there. Which is the correct day, by the way. The 26th was, I think, by TBI. That's how it was put out, but it was the last day is him being seen. And I know that Jennifer Coffindaffer cleared that up as well, because a lot of people were getting confused by that. Like, was he seen on the 26th? Is that why they're saying that? But anyways, so don't forget about the vigil for Sebastian. That's Saturday, March 1st, 2025 at 2 p.m. The Celebration of Life Church, 768 Forest Retreat Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. And of course, join for prayers for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And 1 year. And, unfortunately, we have to, be talking about a child that's missing and, not knowing even what happened to him. And it's a very mind-boggling case. So again, hit the like for Sebastian Rogers, please, the share button, and just keep his, his name out there with regards to him. It's very sad. I can't believe it's been a year at all, to be honest with you. So we're going to go and we're going to watch some of the web sleuths. Let's see here. Got to find that one. It's right here. Okay. And we'll kind of go from, when, I think this is when, okay, I'm not going to lie. I had to laugh for the longest time when this was on because she had proud food.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that caught that and was laughing my butt off.
A lot of people did. Proud food. Because, because it's a little bit embarrassing when you put up proud food and it's proud foot and everyone's seeing this, right? I love Trish, a web sleuth. I don't watch probably them as much as I probably should. There was some good information back from the Delphi case and stuff like that. Anyways, Trish is a great lady, a great channel and stuff like that. So, the avatars aren't showing here, whereas we see them later. So I'm not sure if they're just glitching. So I'm thinking it's from this part, but let's just listen to a little bit of this and then we'll stop when we need to or whatever. Or if you have a spot where you want me to stop, just say, but well, let's just kind of listen to where we're at. I don't even know what part I'm at. I just went to when I seen the icons there.
And have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post it publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
Can you stop it there just a second?
We understand that you get a ton of messages.
Already?
We absolutely understand that. Is there?
Oh, wait, you're going to answer the question about this one.
No, actually, I wasn't. But Ben, I don't know. I posted a couple today. I don't know. I will look into that after the live. I just want to point out that the PI is asking about Sebastian's day-to-day because that is his routine. And she's trying to find out where in that routine things might have went wrong or awry. And I understand the Proudfoots were getting bombarded with messages. But the PI, that's somebody that you should kind of put on a higher priority list than a YouTuber or, just a random person. And for them not to respond at all, I found odd. I found that very suspicious that they didn't respond at all.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, for the most part, anytime there's been help offered to them, in a lot of ways, they've turned it down, kind of like, with the dogs, the cadaver dogs, she had made mention earlier in the live about, about the no trespassing and stuff like that, and so many, like I said, I think that most of us here that are watching this, recognize a lot of, cock blocks or roadblocks, whatever you want to call them, coming from the Proudfoot side when it comes to Sebastian, but yeah. All right. Do you want me to hit play? Yeah.
Somebody else in our chat room. I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is. Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There was a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled.
I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so let's address something real quick with your viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game, then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer the deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on.
Will
Mods,
you stop it there?
if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want.
So I know he keeps saying people say he sounds drunk, but that's because earlier he sounded like Donald Duck or Daffy Duck. I'm not sure which one, but it was funny. But, he has this attitude with them, and he wants to make sure everything's clear. But where does he get off telling her, if you want to keep talking, then turn off your chat? Bitch, this is my live. Where are you gonna get off telling me to turn off my chat? I would not have had that. I would not have reacted the way she did.
Honestly, it's like freaking like road rage, I mean, he's so defensive about everything, everything.
He is, and it's so weird because he's defensive about stuff that he don't need to be defensive about it. If somebody says you're drunk in chat, just ignore it and keep going on. This is about Sebastian, not you, bitch.
I know. That's the part that always gets me, is that it's like, it reminds me of Barry Morphew. You guys, from the Suzanne Morphew case, okay? Barry Morphew, to ever hear his wife's name out of his mouth was very rare. The only time Barry Morphew would speak in an interview, if anything, was when he was pissed off that something was being said about him. Not because of Suzanne, but about him. And it was like, so, and this is what gets me with these, people. Like, I know that Barry Morphew has not been charged with Suzanne Morphew's death, which is his wife. Was his wife. But I think anyone that follows that case knows damn well that Barry Morphew is allegedly guilty in a lot of ways. But it was like, to me, it was so transparent what he was doing. And it was just always about him calling when he did call in, just to rage, just exactly what Christopher Proudfoot's doing here. And that's like Seth made that comment. I fully was aware of this right from the get go, too. And I think anyone, again, that's listening, that Christopher Proudfoot, when he joins lives like the last one, Elevated Truth, it was because of the truck. It wasn't like, let me come up there and speak about Sebastian. It was about his truck. And it's like, why do you keep making it about yourselves? And that's why I'm saying, like, with them taking off Sebastian's poster off of the vehicles, right? Like Seth said, the Bauer Sox did. Chris and Katie took it off. They ended up closing down their Facebooks and making them private. And that one I can understand somewhat, with that, because, you can go into Facebook groups and talk about, and put stuff in there about Sebastian and stuff like that. But to literally take off the thing, but it wasn't about Sebastian, it was about themselves. And that's what gets me. But anyways, I digress, but we'll listen to some more.
I want you to ban him, kick him out. Okay.
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. Okay. So that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk, because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is, if it's nothing in regards to Sebastian, I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly.
Ben or Sharon, can you please put
mind you that
link in
children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me
tell you. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't.
Yes, you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that has anything to do with finding Sebastian.
Okay, I gotta stop
and you know what? But Chris,
how many times do we hear Christopher Proudfoot say this? Okay, even was it in the beginning of this or during this one, where he constantly says it has nothing to do with Sebastian, all of it. He always says that all the time. And what was that thing when he said, what did he say, Melissa? When he basically said that it has nothing to do with Sebastian, basically as if he knew, like meaning, well, I know this has nothing to do with Sebastian type of thing. Do you know what I'm talking about there? Was it in this one?
And he likes to say that a lot, but I've noticed also he'll say that, but then he'll go on other lives and be talking stupid shit.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter to anything, let alone Sebastian being found. But I disagree with them here. I really did. And I can't really put into words why, but I'll do my best. I disagree with the fact that they're saying his bathroom habits are not going to help find him. I disagree. If Sebastian is lost and Sebastian is regressing, and you see a teenager that has wet pants, or you see a teenager go in and buy, let's be honest here, they're adult diapers, they're not pull-ups. But if you see that, then oh, wait, Sebastian had trouble with his issues, and he looks like Sebastian and he's buying this. Could it be? So does it necessarily help find him? No, but could it in some way at some point help somebody recognize him? I believe it could for that reason.
And I agree. I agree in the sense of, because there's nothing with Sebastian's case, like, meaning you can't tell, what happened in a sense, right? Meaning there's no cameras, there's no nothing. But he acts like he might not think so, because maybe he just knows the answer. But like, even with, Nina and stuff like that, right? He's like, what bearing does this have? Well, says the person who has CPS reports, and Nina's alleging and saying that, that you hit both of her kids, backhanded the one, caused the lip to split open and stuff like that, right? That all the ex-wives are liars. This is a kind of like what that guy said. I think his name was Matt, right, from yesterday. Like, he always
Mike.
has excuses. He always has. No, his name was Matt.
Oh crap! I got it wrong in my document then.
Yeah, it was Matt. And so anyway, but he always has these are what you call the narcissist deflectors. That's what I'm talking about, right? Because no matter what, there's always an answer for something, and they always push that back on other people. And when he does this, when he's talking about always that it has nothing, it's of no relevance to the case. You don't think? Because you guys claim that Sebastian went out the front door and locked it, and that he left. And then they're sitting there going, I wonder why we've gone wrapped over that. That's the $1 million question. Why ever would Sebastian ever consider leaving this house? Again, says the narcissist. Well, because if a child perhaps is feeling abused, maybe they're feeling alone, whatever inside, they don't like living there. We know that this happens, right? We don't know what's in their brain and what's going through exactly in their brain, no matter what. Only that person knows what's in their brain. But they're projecting this. So for him, again, he's projecting like, oh, well, CBS reports, well, that has nothing to do with it. Oh, Sebastian, oh no, this is a very loving church-going family right here. We can't find anything wrong, but we're not stupid. We know that that's a distinct possibility of what could have happened to Sebastian. I mean, most of us don't feel that at all anymore, because, again, a child's not going to run away and not take any of their beloved stuff, let alone call his dad or, the godparents or something and take his phone with him. But I'm just, he's always pushing that narrative as if not, there's nothing about it. So I agree, right? Every detail counts, because if they truly want us to help, like everyone, try to help figure out what happened to Sebastian. I mean, hey, keep paying the, SF or whatever. I don't even know if he's still working for them, but the investigator, what, you can't follow through. You got Ken Maines that's willing to do your case pro bono for you and have a real detective come help you. And yet, what, you couldn't put it past just to, let him kind of take charge. Because why? Because Christopher Proudfoot likes to be in charge. But anyways, that's what I got to say about that.
But another thing on that, for me, what is important to me when I listen to these videos, like when I took down all these timestamps, these are things that stuck out to me, right? It may not be the same if you heard it. You may say, oh, no, I think this is important, right? Or Ben or Sharon or somebody else might say, oh, no, this is important. And that's why it's important to talk about it and talk about everything, because what's important to one person may not be important to another person. But I also feel like when Christopher Proudfoot says, this is not important, this doesn't help find Sebastian, in a way that tells me this isn't why Sebastian disappeared.
Right.
He doesn't say that, it's like he's telling us this isn't the motive. Look somewhere else for your motive.
Yeah. And that's like what I was referring to, that comment. When he basically says, because I know that's not the reason. When he talks about like him running away or something like that, something like, I know that's not the reason. And I was like, why would you say that? Like, how do you know that's not the reason? Like just those things, right? Anyways, clear narcissist, exactly like a handbook, really. Narcissist 101. It's like Christopher Proudfoot, check. Full of himself, check. Aggressive, deflecting, check. Gaslighter, check. Manipulator, check. That's, I mean, just calling a spade a spade. He's the one that's projecting all this. Nobody else is forcing him to project, this aggressive personality, or projecting him, making him, forcing him, twisting his arm behind his back so that he lies about the polygraph and stuff like that. Right? You have a true narcissist, admit. So can you believe anything that comes out of Christopher Proudfoot's mouth? To be honest, no, you can't, because he's a narcissist. And a narcissist, again, will project everything to everybody else and tell mistruths and everything. Why? Because of them thinking that, right, that they don't like it when people don't like them. They think that they're, like I said, they're absolutely falls in line with your typical narcissist, that he's projecting himself. Nobody's forcing him to. He's doing the best job at it. But anyway,
let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday, when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap them little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one.
Mm-hmm.
But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth.
Okay. I'm just going to stop it quickly right there just to say that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Him and Chris had talked, and no sooner did they, so he was there before the vigil had started, okay? And him and Seth had a conversation, and that's when they decided to work together. And then Seth went on his thing saying basically, obviously if you don't like it, go F yourselves type of idea. But that's in all fairness to Christopher on this one, okay? Wouldn't you be pissed off if you just literally had a conversation with somebody and they literally went on a live, it was Court TV, and accused Katie of, he was mad, right? And so then it was like, and I get it, but meaning if you're trying to work cohesively together, that is not a good thing to do. That's the one thing that always, about the case, that one thing that I'm just like when I was like, really, Seth? Like, seriously? You guys literally just decided to work together, and then you go up on a live and you start dissing Katie? Like, in anyone's world, you're going to be pissed off, So I do have to, for anyone, if they were in that situation, I would be pretty angry too. Would you, do you agree with me on this? Because it was no sooner did they, and then, yeah, but you don't.
I agree with that. I would be mad too if, we agreed to work together, or we agreed whatever, and within an hour or whatever, you went back on it. I'd be mad too. So I can understand where he's coming from, that he's mad. But what stuck out with me in that little tiny clip there was when he was saying, if you've got the facts, bring them. It's not that for me, I would have followed that up or started that with, there are no facts. Katie and I didn't do this. And if you can prove that we did, then please do. That's what I would have said, not just, well, bring the facts if you've got them. He's not denying it. Yeah. But I can understand why he would be mad that him and Seth had this conversation. And then within hours, that changed. And that makes me wonder, did something come out at the vigil? Did somebody tell him something that made him change his mind? Did them not staying for the vigil change his mind?
Maybe. Maybe, perhaps. But at the end of the day, but Seth, honestly, from the standpoint of Seth should have shut his mouth on that one. Absolutely. Like, honestly, like, what was he expecting to happen? Was he expecting like a freaking haiku after doing that? Like, you literally just hours later are on a live and you're doing that. I mean, like I said, the family, they needed to work together. But that was something that definitely Seth should have just held back from saying, at that point in time, because again, you're trying to make this about Sebastian, and that was it. So I always remembered that because I was like,
And I agree with that. That was one time Seth should have taken Chris's
high road
lead and said, I can't talk about that, or something of that nature.
But he was, but yeah, he was just like letting her rip on that one. Anyways, let's play some more.
Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of the ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week, we've been trying to build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect. But I think if we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me. That I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time.
Okay.
But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met.
Mm-hmm.
I have been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, again, I just, if I could just step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about
Sebastian.
Not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand about the circumstances. We could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah. And it's like an energy vampire, and we're all tired. And I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to
Sebastian,
what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that
Understood.
from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your
Bullshit.
questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No,
Very
that
good.
was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, you know, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay, well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now. So please do what you feel is best.
Okay. So you passed the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian, you or anyone you know?
That is a straight up no. And I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
which,
but again,
you know, another thing
And
which
I
is
will-
kind of funny that you bring this up because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down. If you got it, post it. Because
I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie, Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open. And when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of
that
when you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Don't call your best friend and say, hey, I think I've seen this kid. Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth. You don't call anybody but law enforcement only and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received tips that maybe haven't been called into law enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't want you to think
for the record,
passing
right.
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because
Okay, so we'll stop it there for a second, just to answer you just we've heard it out of Nina, we've heard it out of neighbors, so we'll say allegedly, but there is CPS reports, but that has nothing to do with, say, domestic violence. Those are to do with Sebastian and about the bed in the garage and stuff like that. That he was, I had to sleep in the garage sometimes, and you know, I mean, definitely, we're not hearing this from Christopher's mouth, besides of the, you know, belt on the butt and stuff like that, but you know, calling him an R-tard has been said. So I would say mentally abusive for sure. And a pressure washer. Again, these are all out of, it's not like Christopher Proudfoot saying this. So we'll just say allegedly, okay? And then you can answer this one, Melissa, because we've been talking about this quite often, about, is it possible, Chris, that Katie has secrets regarding Sebastian that she hasn't shared with you? Or, well, I'm kind of taking it the way that we were maybe I'm taking this the wrong way. How do you take that? Because I'm kind of thinking about the fact that maybe Katie did something and Christopher had no knowledge of it, but he might be meaning Clover Bliss. What do you think?
No, my personal feelings on this, and in my opinion, Katie has shared with Chris what happened, and Chris is covering for her. But is it possible? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible. In my personal opinion, it's not the case, but your question is it possible? So yeah, I mean, I guess it is possible.
Mm-hmm. They fired him. I don't think he works for them anymore. Well, from what we've heard, but he might. But I don't think he does, Kim.
When did that come about?
Probably like last week. I'm trying to
I
remember.
hadn't heard that yet.
Yeah. It was. I just know it was a guy creator. That said that. But I don't know if it's a truth or not. Like, but I have heard it a few times. So not sure. Maybe they're sick of paying him $2,200 to find nothing. Probably after the Lord Lodge interview, I'm guessing. You know, when he said that that they has come up with nothing.
Wasn't he still working for him when he released the picture where it had like the back of the house from the camera?
What about
Wasn't he still working for him then? Because I thought his post said he was posting that for his client. I could very well be wrong, but
yeah, I think it was after that though. But we could be totally mistaken. It's just that was said. So there's no, like, maybe there's verified proof out there, maybe there's not. I'm not sure. I'm really curious why CP didn't want Faith around Sebastian. Well, I mean, it's not like he hasn't said, and it's because of basically thinking that Sebastian's gonna like actually assault Faith, you know, because of his issues from being actually assaulted under Katie's and Chris's, right? That was it, right, Melissa? That he basically didn't want Faith there when Sebastian was there, type of thing. So he was only too happy to see Sebastian go off to Seth's. You know, it was like a win-win for him. And I think a win-win for probably Katie as well on that one. But that's why this case just doesn't make sense in so many ways, because you're just trying to understand every aspect of it, right? Every time you even think, okay, well, Katie did it, right? If Katie did it, then, well, you look at the time frame that she was searching, you know, and what happened. When you look at Sebastian leaving, that just doesn't make sense at all. By his own accord or meeting up with somebody. That doesn't make sense when you take nothing, even your most valued possessions. AKA, he's a complete gamer. Trust me, my husband's a gamer, okay? Half the time, my husband's always like, if I'm like, husband, I mean, my husband's a great husband, but sometimes like he gets so involved in his game, he's just like, can't talk right now, honey. And I'm just like, oh, excuse me. Sorry, I'm interfering with your gaming time that you spend 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours a day on, you know. But when you're in that mode of gaming, trust me, because I've been there before too, where it's just like, give me a minute. But when you're in that mode of gaming, especially when you're doing combat games and, you know, everything is like, you know, so trust me, when you're a gamer and it's constantly said about Sebastian being a gamer, you ain't leaving no Switch at home, you know, if you're running away type of thing. That's not happening.
Even if he would have left the charger, I think he would have taken the Switch. Just
Absolutely.
my opinion.
Right. You know, doesn't make sense. But it, like I said, this is what boggles your mind, because there's nothing that kind of you can, in a sense, like even with Katie and that, there's nothing that you can kind of, that from the information we have, to put something in that straight line that this make, you know, we have things that, because of Katie being the last one with Sebastian, and because there's nothing showing us that Sebastian, even that flashlight video, right? If people deem it as a flashlight video, try to make sense out of that, right? Try to make sense out of cameras everywhere, that the camera at the 255 car that's going up Kellen on 258, this car sitting there. Try to make sense of the fact that the lights are on and that this light is coming down and then this light ends up going back up. Like I said, try to make sense of that. Put that house, Sebastian, that somebody entered the area, to like his window had a screen on it. You know, it's not like the screen was sitting down there on the ground, at least that we know of anyway. Maybe, but no neighbor ever said that. But anyways, so when you try to look at it from the information we have, you just want to bash your head against a wall, going, come on, make this make sense somewhere, you know, on some angle, make it make sense. Because even with Katie, right? No, like the only thing that you can kind of say with Katie is that possibly during this small window of time frame that she met up, you know, with the Bauer socks or something, or that Sebastian was in the trunk, obviously, because it was during daylight when Katie's car left. So Sebastian either would have been laying down in the back seat, which doesn't make sense, but could have, or in the trunk, right? During this small window of time. And I know that, you know, it's been said that Sebastian, you know, well, somebody came out saying that they have proof that Katie handed Sebastian over to Kathy Bauer socks, and that's where that whole Worsham things comes about. That basically Sebastian was handed over to Katie Bauer socks. I think his name was Ken Davis or something like that. And again, something happened to Sebastian, but yet we can't. There's no particular angle. I think that the most angle that's not believable is Sebastian left on his own accord or left with someone on his own accord, because that one to me is just pretty much out the window because of what we just talked about, what Seth has said. You know, we all know someone's not going to go shoeless, not take their phone or switch and snackies or knapsack if they're running away with that. What is this about a box? Oh, yeah. This whole box thing. Melissa, do you want to explain that one? Or do you need to know about it, really?
So, I don't remember exactly where the box was found.
It was near Warsh. It was a mile away from their home. I know that, about a mile.
Okay. So, the box on the outside said Katie, I believe it said senior photos, and it was kind of a worn down box, and it had a mattress pad in it that was urine soaked. And it was a special brand, bio something, which is supposedly good for autistic children. So it's been going around that was Sebastian's. That hasn't been proven. It's just something that's going around, and right now that's in the rumor category for me. As far as that goes.
Yeah. I mean, Evil Exists it's because Evil Exists didn't know about that box. And to be honest with you, I didn't know about it for a long time either. I hadn't heard of it. But he put out a video, and then so he was showing it. So maybe that's where that question is coming from, because of Evil Exists putting out a video of that today. I think it was. Just trying to see here, but
yeah, I mean, that's been going around for about a month now or so, and I had seen it.
Yeah,
and I know I had sent it to you and asked you what you thought of it.
Yeah, I remember you sent it to me.
But I'm not sure why. Kim said they need to be parents and watch over the kids, but Sebastian talked to Faith on the phone for 2 hours at Christmas. That is sick in my book. Shame on the parents. Watch your kids. Sebastian did talk to Faith, and I mean, I don't know that they spoke for 2 hours. I don't know where you got that. But I know Sebastian really cared about Faith, and she really cared about him. They were like a brother and sister because they FaceTimed a lot. So I don't find that odd even if it were 2 hours, I mean, Faith's mom is right there. I don't think that is inappropriate. I mean, they don't get to see each other, I don't think, very often. So I don't know. I mean, I think if they were talking at Christmas, it's, oh, I got this. What did you get? But
Yeah, I
I
agree
don't know.
with
What
you.
do you think of that?
Like Nikki's right there, or Nina. Sorry, Nina. Like she's right there, obviously holding the phone around Faith or whatever. I'm sure. Absolutely. So I personally don't see anything wrong with that whatsoever. You know, him talking to his sister technically on there. But let's play some more.
Y'all don't know. Y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I and some of the information that Seth has. You don't, and I understand that. And I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report,
I get it, Kim,
and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't. Because I'm sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single call back when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am. You can bet on it. I don't think, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. It ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that.
I can imagine. Because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset of every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked me what I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused to release it because
Court documents on, let me ask you this, on who? Me, Seth, Katie? Okay.
I refused to release it because, number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case, where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they did.
By the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah. Tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together.
Right. This is what, you know what, I didn't realize she was going to say that then, because like I haven't watched this in a while, but all I was thinking when he was saying that is talking about somebody that acts like they're about privilege about a case, in a sense. Wanting the cake and eat it too. You want people's help. You want people to share it, talk about the case, share it, all that stuff, and it's just like, he's basically like, what did he say, Melissa, about that when he joined the live, the internet almost broke? Same narcissistic attitude. And almost like, you know what? You guys should be privileged. Just me being on your live, even talking right now. That's how he acts, when he's on it. And that's all.
Joining your live will almost break the internet. And he said it more than once.
Yeah. As if he's so special. And this is where I get a little bit like pissy at comments like that from Christopher Proudfoot. Anytime you have the backing of social media, you take the good with the bad. It's that simple. You take the good with the bad of it. At the end of the day, more people are good than bad, regardless. When you have the backing of social media, you don't keep slapping them in the face. And then you keep going on lives on social media, and then in turn it's like, well, you can't talk about this, or you can't call me a drunk and inebriated, and you can't do this because I'm going to get aggressive and I'm going to come off like, again, like, like shut down your chat and blah, 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 making it about himself. But it's the arrogance of, I'm special. I'm coming on the live. We owe you guys nothing at all. You know what? Did he remember that when he opened up his mouth about everything, about his private life? In a sense, like, meaning when he started talking, he didn't have to say anything in regard to the CPS reports. He could have just shut his mouth and let people whatever, but he can't. He can't. Christopher Proudfoot could not shut his mouth if his life depended on it, right? That's why he gets triggered so easily whenever something is being said. Honestly, and whoever said it above there, anger issues much, therapy much. This is his aggressive personality. Okay, goes in flow, being on his 5th marriage, right? Obviously, if he's so lovely and kind. So what? Do you think that all the 5 women were in the wrong? You know, and that he's the angel sitting here, or do you think that some of the exes that were talking about his personality and abusive personality and stuff like that? Gee, I wonder what we're really seeing. I mean, because to me, he's coming off soft-spoken, very much in control of himself, obviously, and it's just such a joke, though, this narcissistic personality, like you should be honored just to have me on here even talking. I mean, we owe you guys nothing. But anyways, I digress with him.
But I will say, when she made the comment about I had information, so in the leaked phone call where he was calling this poor woman everything but a white woman, he refers to that comment about how that caused basically all kinds of speculation and blah, blah, blah. But one thing I find funny, we all see how he's acting, right? We all see how he comes on and he's just rude and he's obnoxious and he's just a jerk. Well, in about, 15 minutes or so, he'll make a comment that he's never, how is it? He said, I have not in the past gone on a show and been a jerk or ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful or inappropriate things. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Right. Yeah. I might put this on. I want to put it on 1.2. Let's just see if that's not too fast on there. Just to see. All right. Because I should hit that play.
Together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
this is not.
What
this is about
Sebastian.
It is, but
if we're not, I'm Team Sebastian.
Same.
I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money the show makes.
No, I make no money.
We don't make money. We're not monetized.
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not.
I'm so sorry. That's what I'm talking about. You guys
She just fucking said.
He just freaking said it. Let's just hear that. Let's just listen to that one more time, narcissist. Let's see. We're at 146. So we'll go back. What? Right here.
Clicks. We don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money.
We'll
We do
again.
it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people.
So I'm on your show and it's blown up. Unreal. Like this, that's what I'm saying. Can you trust Christopher Proudfoot or anything he's saying? No, you can't, honestly. Unless he has
Feelings of grandeur.
Feelings of grandeur, absolutely. Like I said, you want to check the box off on a full-blown narcissist? This is one right here. And it's just, like I said, it just cracks me up when he said, it's because they don't realize what they're projecting. And when he says, when I come on here and then the internet blows up, all because of me on here. So let me ask you, what are you doing with the money? Again, he cared about the GoFundMe. He keeps talking about the money part of it. Why?
And he asked that right after she said, we don't do advertising. We don't take money on here. And then he's like, I'm on here and it's blown up. So what are you doing with the money? She just said it's not monetized, you freaking tard.
Right?
I don't like to use that word, but oh my lord.
Yeah, I know. Dick. I know his name should have been Richard. Anyways, it's just like I said, you guys. It doesn't matter. Like I said, you guys are all mostly acquainted with all the interviews. You know that when he typically goes on a live, he turns it into about himself, and he keeps doing that. And the PIs are just trying to direct it about questions about Sebastian. You know, what food does he like? What does he do? What's a regular routine? You know, they just want to guide it about Sebastian. But no. So what are you guys doing with your money? Huh? Remember with GLR thing? You know, the whole same thing is like, you know, like, let me come on here. Let me dictate to you and tell you how special you are that I'm on your live. And let me tell you exactly what you should do with your YouTube money as well. How about the fact that any fucking creator out here, no matter who you are, be thankful that we have kept this case in the forefront, because if it was relied just upon the news, you'd only hear about Sebastian updates during events where it's an anniversary or some sort of information came out. Other than that, this case would be dead if it wasn't for the creators. It's not because of the news. News will only cover stuff of importance in a sense. When new news comes out, it's the creators that keep Sebastian sing all the time. Why? Because of you guys, because of people like myself and other creators, but you guys that like, share, and spread Sebastian's case around, right? And yet he's more caring about bragging about himself being on here, exploding the internet, and about the money part again, right? Is this about Sebastian? Because what does that have to do with Sebastian? Right? Because he wants to tell you guys how to spend your money as a creator and what you should be doing with it. You know, instead of being grateful and thankful that who gives a shit about if somebody's getting money or clicks and views off of it truly. If they are and you feel disgusted by it, okay, that's your feelings, right? Are we disgusted by it? This channel? When you see that, absolutely. But by the same time, by the same token, I know that regardless, even the shitty information, people that didn't know about Sebastian's case might start watching it, you know, themselves, or they might, like I said, you know, don't know who you're all reaching. I digress. Go ahead. Do you have anything before I play it again? Narcissist.
So I just want to respond to In Clover. She asked, has anybody asked Chris how he thinks Sebastian left the house when his scent wasn't picked up outside the house at all? Yes, in fact, he does go into that in this one in probably about 4 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll get back to it. I mean, this really was.
People that come on, the more money the show
Very
makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't
it.
make money. We're not
We make zero
monetized.
money.
It's not
And we
monetized.
don't
Not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
How many
Yeah,
times do
Web-
they have to
website
say
is
it?
free,
The reason why I
completely
asked
free.
So I will go on.
All
Yeah.
their things going
It's
on.
completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
Right.
advertising.
So the reason why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mm-hmm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart,
Mhm.
especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers,
Yeah.
the shows that make this money.
Yep.
I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Right.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I
But-
said, we make
Yeah,
zero
we don't
money. It
make
costs
money.
us money to
And
do
I
it.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again,
Thank you, Chris.
it's just like with, you know, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news. Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree, there's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to shreds. Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can about them. And some of it's true and some of it's not. It doesn't help find Sebastian. And that's where we all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors, to clear up misinformation, and just to get on track so that we can start trying to find Sebastian.
Now,
right. If we can keep
said they did
parties involved in this investigation focused on that and staying off of YouTube and other aspects of social media and playing the game, okay?
Yes.
I'm sure we would all benefit greatly, and this would completely change narratives and the direction, and it would straight focus completely on Sebastian.
Well, let's do this. This podcast or website podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stop this for a sec. I think Patricia's like, okay, so you know the movie, like, I Know What You Did Last Summer. So it's Cammie. So she's basically saying, CP, we know what you did last winter. So it's
that
kind
made
of
me
like
chuckle, and then I went, damn, I'm old.
Yeah, because honestly, lots of times I'll say, do you know where your kids are? Like that thing from the movie, or, you know, I know what you did last summer. You know, I do that. Like, it's one movie that always stuck in my head was that I know what you did last summer. Okay.
Well, I don't know if
appreciate
you
you wanting
guys
to make
ever
that
did in Canada, but I know in the United States, back when I was a kid, about 10 o'clock every night, they would have a commercial come on TV every night. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
Yeah, that's what I'm
They
saying.
had to remind them that we were there.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to for the first one. And yeah, I couldn't remember that it was a commercial. So you're right, it was a commercial. So yeah, do you know where your kids are? And it was off of a movie. I believe that's where that kind of came from. Do you know where your kids are? I think it was off of a movie. If not, it was just because of, I don't know, was it off of a movie, that commercial? When they like kind of like a play from that movie, I thought. It's been too long, but it was one of the things that I've always said. So it just shows us our age for sure. Okay, I'm gonna play.
But you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
Love you, Patricia.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wish I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of,
So
but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no
I'm
thought
gonna hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
He's so full of it there.
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house or somebody's taking that child outside of my house, say
I'm not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you
see? That's what I'm.
Do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know
that he went out the front door?
Let's stop that one for 1 second.
Or any door?
Do you remember when he was on Smiley's World, when she was just asking him a question, and he's like, what I want to know is is it because somebody is saying something from chat? That's why you're truly asking? And Smiley's like, no, I'm asking because I'm asking. Because again, he thinks he's smarter than other people. So he's already thinking in his head, that he knows the true answer, where she's literally just asking him, and which he's bullshitting. Okay. We all know that he's bullshitting on this answer. Well, unless someone can tell me where he was, he just walked off the porch and vanished. That's as far as I know. Well, first of all, regardless, let's say he had no involvement, whatever. Everyone has a thought of possibly, not just, well, you know what? He just got on a magic fucking carpet, alien beamed up by Scotty or whatever. and somehow he landed on the
But
moon,
he
or
can't.
hey,
He can't give a knee-jerk reaction.
of course.
He can't say what
Oh,
he thinks happened because he knows what happened. And so he can't give the knee-jerk reaction. You know, anybody else would have been asked that question. Okay, me, my knee-jerk reaction is something happened to him inside that home. Somehow he
ran
was
away.
disposed of. In the story, right? That's my knee-jerk reaction. Whereas
Yeah.
Joe Blow down the street may say their knee-jerk reaction is some pedo went over and lured him out, right? That's your knee-jerk reaction. That's what you first think. But he
But
can't say that because his knee-jerk reaction is going to be the truth.
balls. Right. But like I said, on Smiley's World, he did this exact same shit. It's just like she's just trying to get that question out of him, and it's just like, why? So is it that you want to know, or somebody else want? Is this why? Is this what you're leading in to do? Because I mean, just say what you're going to say. Truly ask me the question. Like, quit beating around the bush. What are you truly trying to say? And I said again, it's like, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm just asking you. Deflector. It's just like, it's almost like freaking his little ball sack. It's like, he just gets on this freaking.
Okay, so remember what I told you about what I used to tell Nick I wanted to do with those little balls out of those thingies? Can I nominate Christopher Proudfoot as our guinea pig for that? Just saying.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Remember how I used to tell Nick I want to take a guy and put those in his, just to kick him in the balls and see if it lights up. I nominate Chris Proudfoot for our guinea pig.
Honestly, if I could, how much it hurts when you flick a guy's nuts? If I could do that seriously to his right now, I probably would. Flick it. He'd be in a lot of pain just off the little flick on the dick on there. But anyways, I mean, honestly, his name really should have been Richard. Dick. Okay, one second.
Is that what you're asking?
Do you know?
What you're asking?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door. Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So
did Katie do that?
Do what?
Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
So what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Normal.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes. He would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can bring that man on board. I will talk to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray?
No offense. I don't care if you like Gray Hughes or not. Can't stand the man myself. He does good coverage for certain things, but he's a dick. You want to talk about another narcissist? There. Bring on the narcissist who had to pull himself up onto this live as well to insert himself, I mean, I know he's getting his rocks off being on court TV and different stuff like that, and you guys might like him. Can't stand the man. I think he talks to people like they're totally, calls them idiots, basically just always begging for donations. I mean, honestly, the guy just makes a living off of those people and yet talks to them so ignorantly. Can't stand narcissistic people that are just full of themselves. So come on, Gray Hughes, insert yourself on here because you just have to. Typical
I can't stand him. But what really, really ticked me off, especially in this one, is when he defended the abusive actions of Christopher Proud.
Because he was licking out his asshole. That's why. right? Again, users using people, users using each other. Because he was like so far up Christopher Proudfoot's asshole, like, oh, I spoke to Christopher Proudfoot. He's talking to me. He told me exactly where the lights are, and we were best friends now. Absolutely disgusting, narcissistic. Like I said, so full of themselves. Ugh. You guys know that these people are just like fucking, crystal glass. Let me make this crystal clear. They are like crystal glass. Okay, so transparent, you can see right through these people. Make me want to.
Christopher Proudfoot and Gray Hughes
So
were
he'll be
two
jumping on
peas
here
in a
shortly.
pod.
Stacy, can you keep an eye out because
Absolutely.
I can't see because of my stupid computer.
Hey, in the meantime, I would like to, since Chris is here and this has become very public, I would like to mention something that we spoke about earlier. Chris and Katie did actually confirm that the clothes that he was wearing at Texas Roadhouse that night were accounted for, and I believe they were the articles of clothing that were used for the scent dog. Am I correct when I say that, Chris?
Yes, those clothes are in the possession of law enforcement.
Great. And so do we know what Sebastian was wearing when he left?
From the house that night?
Yes.
The description is still the same. It hasn't changed from 60 days ago. However, I will say this much. Some of the information that's out on some of these posters and flyers, we have actually requested to have some.
Why don't you just fucking say? Like, seriously. All he had to do was say he left in frickin' the black track pants with that look like Adidas style things. The black shirt. Why didn't he just say it? And it's like, well,
Because
we just
that's
say
top
this.
secret information, don't you know?
There was something else I was going to point out there. Oh, right. There's the video where he says that because we seen what clothes he was in. Remember that video that was on Missing in Plain Sight? The one where he says, like, because we seen what he was wearing. It's like we would have heard him go out the window. Okay, I digress.
Some of that changed, but it hasn't happened. So I'll walk you through what the description actually should be.
Thank you.
Sebastian was wearing long black pants. Think of the 1970s style Adidas style pants. Had the white stripes down the side. That style of pants on. He had a long sleeve shirt, not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie, a long sleeve shirt. On the front of that shirt is probably one of three depictions: Halloween, Star Wars, or Minecraft.
Okay.
Chris, I know that Sebastian didn't have very many pairs of shoes because his feet were growing, and Katie would toss them out pretty quickly after he grew out of them. But is there a reason we can't confirm which shirt if it's just one of three?
I didn't say one of three. I said one of three depictions on a shirt.
Oh, depictions, 3.
Okay, so that's 3 different shirts, right?
Say again, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if we're saying the same thing or something different, but are you saying there's 3 different possible shirts he was wearing? Like he had 3 different black long sleeve shirts. One had Halloween on it. One had Minecraft
I'm
on
telling
it.
you, no, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I said he had a long sleeve black shirt on, and on that shirt had one of 3 depictions. I didn't say he had 3. I didn't say anything. I just said 1.
Okay.
Right, but I'm just confused by how have you not been able to identify which of those 3 depictions is missing?
She's still getting her.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me every single shirt in your closet right now and everything that's on
No,
your shirt?
but if I had to
then-
choose between
right, but
3
wait a
of
minute,
them, if
Well,
I had
hold on a
to
minute.
choose between 3 of them, I could.
Okay, now, so wait, it's for Kate. At first she's like, no, you don't get it. The shirt had 3 depictions. One shirt, 3 depictions. And then all of a sudden he's like, can I ask you something? Are you going to keep track of all the shirts? And I'm just like, well, wait a second. She literally just asked you, like, about the 3 shirts. And he said, yeah, there was 3 depictions. You don't get it. Like, are you dumb? Type of thing. And then all of a sudden, that was enough to confuse you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, and they went over this several times. And as much as I think Chloe is a good PI, I don't understand how she didn't understand what he was saying. He said it was a black shirt with one of 3 depictions. It was a black shirt, meaning 1, possibly 3 different depictions. And it's like, how do you not catch that? But they went over and over this for, I don't know, I want to say 2 or 3 minutes of this back and forth. And it's like, I don't know. It was like, I just was sitting here shaking my head going, really? Is this what we're going to argue? Why can you not understand?
Anyways, yeah. Okay, play.
You're saying 3 of them.
All smug.
But I'm
Well,
telling
you
you,
listed 3 things. I'm just confused.
I listed what could possibly be on the shirt.
Okay, can I jump in and try to interpret a little bit here? Okay, so are you saying that all 3 of those shirts are not accounted for, or are you saying you don't remember which depiction it was that was on that shirt? Does that make sense? Is that a little bit clearer?
Say it one more time, you broke up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so are you saying that you don't remember what the depiction was? It was one of those 3 things, or are you saying there are 3 different shirts with those depictions and all 3 of those shirts are unaccounted for?
I'm not saying he had 3 shirts with 3 different depictions on them. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, I don't know what exactly was on the front of the shirt.
Okay.
What I'm telling you.
Okay, so
Sebastian's clothes mostly consist of, if it has a picture on it, one of the 3 things. Those are his 3 favorite things.
Okay,
Halloween,
so what you're saying is he has,
Minecraft.
multiple Minecraft shirts, multiple Star Wars shirts, multiple Halloween shirts. So it's likely he had a shirt that had one of those things on, but there's not just 3 of those shirts.
I'm telling you that he had a long sleeve shirt on with one of the 3 depictions on it. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not telling you any more shirts. I'm not telling. So I know what you're asking.
I'm just trying to understand.
I understand that, but you're asking me if he had 3 different long sleeve shirts with 3 different depictions on it. And
No, I
I'm
think I
telling
understand
you,
what you're explaining. Like, so Sebastian had multiple shirts that had a Minecraft graphic on it. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Halloween. Sebastian had multiple shirts that had Star Wars. I guess maybe several of them were long sleeve and black. So you can't identify.
here, let's just make this very simple.
Why did you say yes?
He had a long sleeve black shirt on with a picture on the front of it. There
Okay.
you go.
And that obviously is what you got from Katie, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, Gray Hughes is here, and people are saying, why is Gray here? I will tell you. Gray, I consider Gray someone that I like. Gray helped me in the beginning. When I started this, he was very kind to me. I know it's a shock, but he was very sweet. I asked, he knows I'm kidding him. And I asked Chris, is it okay if Gray Hughes comes up? And Chris said yes. So Gray, I'm going to turn it over to you now, please, sir.
Yeah, I just want to say I've talked to Chris, and the way he's sounding right now is exactly how I think I would sound, or anybody else would sound, given the attacks being leveled. When I talked to him on the phone, we talked on the phone, we've messaged back and forth, but we talked for like an hour one time and literally went over detail by detail on where the light video was taken, the flashlights, exactly where that was filmed. We went over where the dog scented and I kept sending him the map and he would show me the route and everything. And it was like, to me, he seems like somebody who's literally out there trying to figure something out. I know my opinion.
Now that makes me wonder, now that I'm hearing that. Put a butt plug in Gray Hughes' mouth. Swear to God. What are you doing up there? Thank you for confirming you talked to Christopher Proudfoot, but you just needed to be up there. But whatever. Okay, it is what it is. Like I said, I have 82 emails to show what a jerk off he is. And I'm just like, whatever. You're an asshole, dude. But anyway, so this is just making me think now. I mean, I could be wrong, but it just made me think like Christopher Proudfoot, not Seth, but Seth was saying about the garbage truck thing, but could Christopher have misdirected Gray Hughes truly where those lights were by telling him, and I know, right? But do you think he could have misdirected the direction of truly where those lights were? Because why is Seth saying, I don't know, the police didn't tell me anything about it, blah, 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 blah. Like, why is Seth saying that now? But then it just kind of made me wonder, because I'll tell you why the lights don't make sense to what he's saying is because now that I think about it, anyways, that light is coming from that side of the road regardless, the one that oversees the kind of like that courtyard area. And you can tell that light, like that, like the floodlights, that they're rather close. They're not off in the distance, really. Like when you look at those lights, Melissa, yourself, and you guys in the chat as well, when you look at those lights, you see the boat, you see whatever, but they don't seem like they're too far off in the distance. They look like they're literally just across the road on that one house. And the second light that moves is lower than that floodlight. So that would mean, because honeysuckle is above it, right? It's above that, say that, how, like Stafford. So that's why that didn't make sense to me. But then I just thought right now, I just wonder if Christopher Proudfoot, and I could be just totally off on my rocker here myself, if he, oh yeah, Gray, looks good. That's about right. When truly those lights were in a different spot. Okay, am I crazy for thinking that? Like, am I too far off my rocker by saying that? Considering everyone believes it's a flashlight, not a garbage truck video anyway. Go
Well,
ahead,
I don't know that you're too far off, but I also don't remember, and I'm sure he did it, but if you go back to the Gray Hughes video that he did on the lights, that video made no sense, like where they were. And so I don't take into a whole lot of account that part of it. But keep in mind, a couple of lives ago, we were showing a picture of, and it had the houses and it showed where the cameras were and it had a red line. Okay, well, that is also what Christopher Proudfoot told Gray Hughes. That's why it was put up like that. So I think he's blowing a lot of smoke up Gray's ass.
Oh, like that's what I'm saying. Do you think he is like misguided Gray to where those lights truly were, and said that that looks good, Gray, where you put it, that light there and that light there. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think you're too far off on that. I really don't.
It's a thought, because Seth, unless Seth explains himself why he said that, hey, they haven't talked to me about that video. What? Like, replay, Pascal. What? You went over the whole thing. So I would love to know, Seth, if you're watching this at any point in time, please let us know, what did you mean by that? Because you need to clear that up, because that comes across as like lying, right? So I'm just saying, okay.
So before you play that, so Kim says a garbage truck doesn't drive on grass. That's a given. We agree with that. But Patricia says, why is a noisy garbage truck collecting rubbish at 3 a.m. on a residential street where kids are asleep, have to get up for school? It was not 3 o'clock in the morning. Seth said that when he watched that the timestamp was stuck at 3:11. The garbage gets picked up, I believe, Sunny, isn't it 5:30 to 6?
No, 5 to 6, they said, for that area. So 5:10, 5 basically 12 is when they're saying that it was in front of the Proudfoot home. Right. So they're basically saying, no, it's not flashlights at 3 a.m. Because when you see, so regardless, if we know the car that went up Kellen at 2:58 is the car that pulled in on Stafford and Kellen at about 2:53 to 2:55, because Binocular Bobby says that that car was sitting there for about 5 minutes. So we know that the lights happened between that time. So how could those lights have happened at the garbage truck time? So right, those lights had to have been at 3 o'clock area, because that's when the car came, was at 2:55. The car that goes up Kellen. It's not the Uber. Uber's at 3:30. So there's no possible way that those lights could have been there as a garbage truck, because the garbage isn't between 3 o'clock. It is 5 o'clock to 6, 5:12 being in front of the Proudfoot home, because it's seen on the other camera at 5:10 going up Kellen, right? Then it goes up and comes back down and then goes on to Stafford. Okay, going on to Stafford. So there's no possible way that those lights are from the garbage truck time, because they happen when that car is sitting there with the 2:58 timestamp going up Kellen, right? Does that make sense? Oh, she said be right back. But you guys see what I'm saying? So it couldn't be garbage truck lights. Like regardless, it can't be garbage truck. Hi, Barbara. Hi, Barbara. How are you? And do you guys agree in chat? Right? It can't be a garbage truck, obviously, if those lights are from that 3 o'clock. So even though the timestamp is 3:11 stuck from Friday, right? That doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with that part. It just has to do with the lights and what time that vehicle was sitting on the corner of the two vehicles. The one that they called the foreign car versus the Uber, which was 3:30. Makes sense? Makes sense. Okay. And hit play.
Opinion isn't like all the rest of the people out there. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. It kind of reminds me of like remember the Chloe, was it Chloe? Yeah, Chloe Smith in Australia. The two parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look quite right. And everybody blamed them for the abduction out of a tent. And it turns out it was literally somebody abducted the child out of the tent.
Right.
I mean, there's just so many cases like this. And all I'm saying is when I've talked to Chris Proudfoot, I have never seen anything that he said in any of the interviews where I went, wow, this guy, wow, he must have something to do with it. I actually look at him and think, man, I would feel the same way if from day one, the entire community hated me and I never got the same love that Seth got. Seth was absolutely admired by everybody like he was God or something.
Let me explain why. And I agree. I think that's exactly how you would sound, Gray. There's no question. But let me explain why, okay? Again, social media is here to stay. We need to look.
1 sec. 90 likes. We're at 90 likes, you guys. Can we get to 100? We need 10 more likes. So if you're joining this live or haven't hit that like button, again, please do it for Sebastian. We're almost at 100. You know, that's kind of the goal. Try to help it get out in the algorithm and stuff like that. And I actually like this is a really good live tonight. I feel like really good one.
Learn this. When anybody comes on and they are aggressive,
thank you,
and insulting, it blows up like wildfire.
Mm-hmm.
And you're asking public for help, but you are condemning the public because of a handful of jerks, and that causes problems. I haven't
For the record, ma'am, I have not in the past gone onto a show and been a jerk and ridiculed the public and said a bunch of hateful things and inappropriate things. I have not done that. So I'm sorry that folks are upset that day one, Katie and I were not on TV or on YouTube expressing everything. Well, you say that, but as you said, social media is here to stay.
Absolutely.
So with that being in mind, you're one, and there are millions out there that think otherwise.
I would never expect you to come on.
But I think the way he was just talking a minute ago, to me, it sounded normal, given the fact that the 90% of the chat is just trashing him.
No, that's not true. That is not true. We are kicking people out.
I can see it right now. No, I know you're kicking him out, but I keep seeing comment after comment after comment after comment that are really suspicious and like,
yeah, great. Just close the chat. I'm not even.
Yeah, like you had somebody in the chat that literally asked the question: was Katie arrested at 19 for an incident?
Here's a fuck.
Like, I'm sorry, but once again, this goes right back to none of that has anything to do with Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to create anything.
I know you're not, Gray. I know.
Shut up, Gray. Shut up, Chris. Just pay attention. Like, that's his worry. He's too busy watching the fucking chat. Focus, a-hole. And then you got dumbass there, Gray on the other side. I'm not trying to start anything. Fuck off.
Say that I absolutely understand how he's feeling. And I know out there they go, oh, look, he's soothing Chris's ego. I listen, I've talked to him late night on a phone. He's just a normal dude trying to figure something out. That's how he sounds like. Now he's on here with I've seen him on shows. Remember at the beginning, him and his wife would go on shows and they were totally calm, talking, and they were normal. But everybody dissected every single word that they said, and everybody came up with a negative meaning for every single thing they said.
Let me tell you what happened. I can explain. Let me tell you. Chris, when you went on and talked about hitting Sebastian with a belt and kind of, just chuckling about it and how the social services or child protective services came to your door and apologized to you, that got people upset. It got people.
Right. Let's clear that real quick. Okay. That needs to be cleared up because what was said and what people heard are two totally different things.
I heard you say you hit him with a belt.
Okay, so let me finish, because that's the problem. When I go to make the statement, people want to interrupt and try to say, well, this and that. No, you wanted the answer. I'm giving you the answer.
Fuck me.
Now, when I answered that question, I told people Sebastian got a spanking. He got one lick on his butt outside of his clothes. If somebody can tell me how that's abuse to a child, explain to me.
Can you confirm when that happened?
I don't. That was years ago.
I got spanked by a belt and wooden spoon by my mom for years.
So, but let's not sidetrack. Let's stay on board. Okay. So the question about the CPS thing that came up to play that everybody wants to tie to this belt is not what it was.
Okay.
Well, I think it was confusing because when you initially talked about it, you referred to him as an embarrassed 15-year-old. So
Yes, you did.
Like it was years ago.
We thought it was like right recently.
Mm-hmm.
Well, instead of
So let's
asking
clear it
more
up.
clarification,
Let's clear it
that
up.
should have been. So, as it stands, Sebastian went to school one day. He made a statement to a teacher. The teacher reports it to CPS. CPS comes to the house. That case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. That had everything to do with Sebastian didn't like being in trouble. So he thought by reporting it to a teacher, they were going to come to the house and they're going to take me out of the house and do this and do that. That is what the CPS case was about. And yes, I laughed at it because when I explained to Sebastian, very detailed, what happened, he thought it was a joke. When the CPS lady shows up and looks at him and says, Sebastian, you can't false report. That will get people in trouble and you can get in trouble. And then she explained to him what happens.
What did he say you did to him?
Can I ask you, what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China when it comes to the disappearance of Sebastian?
Because I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because you're wondering why people are coming at you. And
If I could freaking throat punch him through this fucking computer, I would. Fucking knock out his vocals and put a butt plug in Gray Hughes' mouth because he has no bearing to being on this live, to be honest with you. You know, regardless if I dislike the douche, he has no bearing to being on this live. Just another narcissistic personality that wants to be up on the live, acting like he's the big, piece of the pie and he's so special because Christopher Proudfoot talks to him. And then, just like a total douche, he sticks up for Christopher Proudfoot, But, obviously he's a very gentle soul, Christopher Proudfoot. You guys can tell. Non-aggressive whatsoever. Doesn't have any sort of insecurity, small dick syndrome going on whatsoever. He's like a fucking chihuahua. Like, wah, 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 wah. And you're like, get off my fucking leg, you little small midget. But anyways, besides that,
I just have to point out here, Sonny, real quick. He said, and I've got my notes pulled up so I could do all this.
What does that have to do with
this one? He said, Sebastian went to school one day and made a statement to the teacher who reported it to CPS. Okay, reported what? Because you hit him with a belt. That's what he told the teacher. That's what you've told us in the past. So don't sit here and tell us you hitting him with the belt isn't why CPS came in. And then he said CPS came to the house, and that case has nothing to do with Sebastian getting spanked. But that's what he went to school and said.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, you want us, Steffa said it, gaslighting. He is gaslighting everybody. Don't pay attention to my words in this part. Just pay attention when I tell you this. Because he's going through this and telling us why CPS got called is because he hit Sebastian with a belt. Sebastian went to school and told his teacher, and the teacher reported that to CPS, and CPS came to the house, but that has nothing to do with the CPS report.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with the price of eggs in China. Nothing at all. This has nothing to do with why Sebastian might consider leaving a home. I mean, getting called a artard, that's just normal everyday occurrence, right? It's something everyone says to their children. Everyone sits there and stepchildren, I should say. Everyone sits there and pressure washes their child as well. And, again, I mean, just narc 101 here. It's honestly, it's so hard. I wish I if I had an upchuck bucket beside me, which I do actually, because listening to Gray Hughes, who shouldn't even be showing his fug mug on here at all, but it's his fucking narcissistic personality that wanted to, hey, bring me up too. I can verify that I spoke to Christopher Proudfoot. Who gives a fuck? Christopher Proudfoot can verify that he talked to you. Who gives a shit, Gray Hughes? And as for Christopher, you want to talk about somebody making themselves look like shit over and over again, or look like a lying a-hole? I mean, da-da-da-da.
And Gray Hughes added absolutely nothing to this. Nothing. Except for, I talked to Chris. Chris told me where the lights were.
Yeah.
And Christopher's not abusive because my mom used to hit me with a wooden spoon.
I know.
And he stands up for him more than once. And it's like, what are you up here for?
Well, it's because his lips are glued to his asshole is what they are. He doesn't know how to fucking uncrazy glue them because they're so far up his asshole. But that's what I'm saying, narcissist, egos, right? Cutting people down all the time to build people up. I don't even know how anyone donates to him. Honestly, just always like, come on, you guys, it's the end of the year. We haven't earned, like, there's literally lives when he's like, remember that one guy that called him out? But seriously, it's like, basically I'm not getting enough donations, and I'm basically getting off now because people aren't giving me enough money,
But then came back multiple times to still bid because people weren't giving him money to the point that he made it on the news and they're making a bill about him.
Oh my God. Anyways, it's just really hard listening to douche one and douche two, and all you're thinking this whole time, at least I am, is, can we just focus on Sebastian? Like, every time Chris has turned this into something that's really not Sebastian focused at all, right? He talks about people interrupting him. He keeps interrupting them all the time because he can't shut his pie hole to let someone ask him a question without him going, interrupting him. And to say that he never went on a show and didn't badmouth creators or the people in chat, and stuff like that. Again, narcissist, full on.
And it just gets worse when Seth comes on.
Oh, I know.
When Seth gets on there with him, oh my God, the clusterfuck gets worse.
I know. You know what? I'm sorry, but yes, back in the day, we got hit with spoons and a belt. Okay, had it myself. Does it do anything? Honestly, does it do anything? Does it accomplish anything? Right? But again, we know what we've heard. We can't unhear what Nina said. We can't unhear what Christopher has said and stuff like that. You guys, his personality says it all. Unless you're living underneath an effing rock, I think his personality is crystal clear. Right, Chris? Okay, I'm hitting play again.
Because he was in your home last. That was the last place he was seen.
Yes,
so
he was.
When we hear these things, it's like, okay, let's just clear it up and see what happened. Because I'll tell you why. Because people, I'm not saying me, but I've seen people say, hey, he was hitting his child. He reported it to his teacher. Did something happen? Was there an explosive incident that happened?
No, absolutely nothing of that nature.
Okay.
And for people to not understand, when you discipline a child, there's a difference in discipline and abuse. There truly is a difference.
But I think hitting anybody with a belt is abuse. I'm sorry, I do. And a lot of people agree with me, and that's the problem.
And
so
guess
we have
what?
a difference
That's
of
the
opinion.
great thing. That's the great thing about having your opinion.
Yes.
That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's opinion.
Okay. I think a belt is abuse, but that's my, again,
Well,
that's
if I was leaving bruises and marks on a child, that's abuse. That would be considered abuse.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
so by definition,
that's weird.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. You can say your opinion, and that is fine, but you have to back it up and say, what I'm stating is just an opinion. There's no fact to it. When you don't say that, you leave it open to interpretation.
Just quickly, going back to the neighbor, that the fighter pilot guy that we watched the other night, talking about the interview there from Crime Lines and Lies. Okay. again, so none of that's abuse and anything like that. So again, with the pressure washer and stuff like that, again, he's not liked. Nobody liked the Proudfoots, like the guy said. They didn't invite him because he is a know-it-all, and he is not friends with people like Christopher Proudfoot. Why? Because he always has to be right. And there's no point in even my older sister, the one that I call Satan, okay? She's a Amber Turd through and through. She's a full-on narcissistic personality. Same thing with my sister, right? If she doesn't like what you said, she gets freaking angry at you. There's no point in even arguing with her because it's pointless because she has to always be right. And if you make her feel like she's wrong, she gets aggressive, just like Christopher Proudfoot does, And again, they don't realize it. This is why people don't like you, dude. Seriously, because you're a fucking know-it-all. Basically, you run the show, run the narrative. He's a jerk. He's just abrasive. But anyways, bottom line is that again, he's not likable. He sits there, and you can tell right now that he always has to be taking, like the narrative and putting it to everything about him again, because he broke the internet, don't forget, by just being on this live. Fucking douche.
For a lot of people to take it and run with it. That was a lot of the problems with this.
And there will be people, I can get people from CPS that will say, hitting a child with a belt is an abuse. But here's the thing, you're right. That doesn't have anything to do necessarily with Sebastian and his disappearance. But what it does is it creates a narrative in people's minds that we need to clear up and change, Chris. We need to clear it up.
But we don't know that.
Okay, so let's do that.
Did.
Say that again.
She just said that Christopher Proudfoot and the way he basically abused Sebastian has nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. We don't know that.
Yes, I know.
So don't say it because we don't know it.
Is that the part that I was looking for when he says that? When he basically says it has nothing to do with it? How do you know? How do you know, Christopher Proudfoot, that it has meaning? Again, it's either because he's just a freaking narcissist and doesn't see his own shit, but it's when he said that amongst everything else, that's what you go, well, how would you know that to say that? What do you mean? I mean, do you think that the kid ran away from home because he was freaking happy if he ran away? Meaning, if their conclusion was that he left the home and they were trying to go over into their freaking P-cell brains there, why Sebastian would have left, we've been thinking about it, whatever. Now, you heard, well, at least I did earlier, for 3 months, right, that Sebastian's life was in, like, there was this turmoil for 3 months prior, right? And they're sitting there, Katie and Chris, like, that's the $1 million question, duh. Can some of you guys gotta tell us why you think Sebastian ran away? Because, none of this stuff had anything to do with it. And I know that for a fact. He's basically saying, I know it doesn't. So why are you asking me these questions? Exactly, right? What are you hiding then? Because obviously, to any normal person, if you hear about these things, and hence why, like, people that are neighbors, when they hear about this CPS reports and stuff, they're like that person that was a longtime friend. It's kind of like, wait, what? Wait, what? Like,
you spraying him with a pressure washer in February had nothing to do with him disappearing. I mean, that doesn't matter. That's just, it's ridiculous.
Well, again, allegedly, right? Because it's coming from a third party neighbor that's witnessed it. So heaven forbid. But anyways, it's just, it's not hard. Like, regardless if Katie or Christopher had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, I'm sorry, but again, it just goes with everything opposite of what we're expecting here. Like, to act like they're fucking clueless about what happened. So Sebastian left home because he was happy. He just, like, lolly jumped out of the freaking front porch there, played fucking hopscotch on his way out because he was so happy living there. Meaning, because their narrative is that he went out the front door, that he ran away. And that's why Ali was under the assumption that he was a runaway child, you know. But and they're sitting there scratching their brains about this, like, nope. None of this would have had anything to do with it. Being called a R-tard or piss pants, you know, CPS, nothing at all to do with it. What does it have to do with the price of eggs in China, right? You know? So I know it doesn't. And that's basically what he said, is that I know it doesn't. You know? Could just be because he's a full-on narc. And that's why he instantly knows the answer. You know, because he can pretty much read people's minds. You know, once you just get to the point and ask it. You know?
Well, I mean, that brings us back to, you know, with the skeletal remains being found and him saying, well, it's not Sebastian. How do you know? Because you know where he's at.
Did he say that?
That's what's been reported, but I haven't found it yet, but that's what was reported. So,
well,
allegedly, he said that it wasn't Sebastian, but, you know.
Kind of like that other kid that totally looked like Sebastian. I would have sworn that kid was Sebastian myself, to be honest.
I would have sworn it was myself.
Like, honestly, you want to talk about a freaking doppelganger, like everything about that kid, his face, everything, the hair, everything.
Yeah, I was going to say straight down to the cowlick in his hair.
Right. Crazy, right? Okay.
Okay. If now you did go on Nancy Grace and say that CPS has never been called. And
no, that's not. No. Nope.
Okay, that's what I heard. What did you say?
She asked the question about a situation, and she asked me if I had ever had CPS called on me. I believe is what the question was. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't exactly know what the question was without hearing it again. So I'm not going to answer you with something without having it in front of you.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. Very fair. And so let's move on. Okay, so nothing came of that from you hitting him with a belt. Has there ever been any, and people are going to ask, has there ever been any violence in your home as far as Sebastian is concerned?
No.
Okay, now Gray asked, why is Seth being treated so different? Because
hitting somebody with a belt is violent
and became so angry and did what you did tonight, Chris. You've done this before, and I think that's why, and Seth didn't. And I think that's the difference.
Right, because I don't feed out of people's hands. I don't feed into what people think. I don't, and once again, that's the difference.
But how about just saying thank you to the people that want to help you?
Okay, well, that's simple. There's a difference in me saying thank you to everyone, which if you go back and listen to every single interview I have done, I have told everybody, thank you for everything that you have done. There's not enough thank you in this world. We can't begin to describe how much we appreciate it. I have said this. Go back to one video and show me where I haven't. I've also said that our family prays for everybody else, and we love you all, regardless of what you think. But you know what? Once again,
yeah, I think his first interview, you got to admit, his first few interviews were really calm. The one on, can't remember the names of their channels, but like, you know, he was on multiple channels, calmly talking. Both of them were, and yet the public was already angry with him before he became angry on a show because that was definitely later. You got to admit, like his first 3 or 4, both of them.
And I can tell you why. Because he said he hit Sebastian with a belt. That made people angry.
Which interview was that?
It was the very first one I heard. With I can't remember.
Smiley stories.
Yes,
I can try to pull up a transcript at some point.
Yes, it was on the Smiley story. Yes,
that one.
Okay,
but
yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: there is a perception. See, look at.
There you go.
I just want to say this. When I was growing up, my mom spanked me with a belt, wooden spoon, everything, and she's the greatest mom I've ever. I mean, like, just awesome. There was I didn't ever feel like it was abuse. Things have changed though over time. Like nowadays, it's considered abuse, and maybe that sort of is affecting how our society has changed quite a bit. But but the thing is it used to be totally normal, and it is still sort of normal in some families. As long if you're not sitting there just wailing away for hours, like creating the bruises, like Chris was saying, it's just sort of. I mean, I think it's sort of normal for a lot of people in society. It might not be for some people, but I think I don't know. I think if you took a poll and people were off, not in this particular chat right here, it wouldn't be as high as you might think. It's not going to be 99% of the people. It'd be like 50-50 on whether or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit anecdotal.
But once again,
could we talk about?
Yeah, how about you guys start talking about Sebastian? And honestly, it would be really great. Like Seth, when Seth's talking, right? He's telling you about all these different things, like all the time, about what Sebastian was like, what he liked to do, everything like that. You get a real feel from that. Why Gray is even on this fucking panel, just on this. And it's like, yeah, I remember this part of it. And I was just like, really? And this is when I said, too, just two fucking peas in a pod. You know, he's sitting there putting his fucking lips to his asshole as he's talking, like, like this. Let me just justify this. Let me just justify this. Anything you want to say? I had to quickly go to the bathroom and grab a cookie.
No, so like you must have been gone a while ago because I said something and you didn't stop it. So I knew you must have been away from the keyboard for a minute. But
I said BRB, but you maybe didn't hear me.
Oh, I didn't hear you. So he said that he's never been violent towards Sebastian. So hitting him with a belt isn't violence. Allegedly spraying him with a power washer isn't violence. Forcing him to sleep in a garage in the cold. I mean, yeah, I guess maybe that's not violence, but to me it is. Like none of this is violence to you. Come on now.
Corporal Punisher right there, remember?
When my kids were little, when they were really little, I remember I smacked my son on his butt one time. And he just looked at me like, what was that for? And so then as they got older, because I think I smacked them between my two kids. I think I smacked them on their Pampers maybe 3 times their whole life. But I found out real quick that 1 didn't do anything. But 2, I found out that if I made them do push-ups or wall sits or crunches or jumping jacks, that did a whole lot more of preventing their bad behavior.
Exactly.
Than it did when I smacked them on their butt.
Well, because it accomplishes
so that's what I started doing.
It teaches them how to hit and abuse and and be afraid. But
and we tell our kids don't hit other kids, don't hit people, but then we hit them. And I admit I did it like 3 times between my 2 kids, but never hard, never more than 1 swat. And,
no,
I don't hit that hard, but it's a point of he says Gray Hughes is just standing up for this violence and being like, well, my mom did this and my mom did that. We grew up in a different era. Okay. It's not like it is now.
You know what? He was just.
And to stand up for Christopher Proudfoot shows what kind of man you are.
Well, again, he's another narcissistic douche. Okay. Douche 1, douche 2, and they're proud of it. No pun intended, but proud of it. And that's just the thing. It's just like, honestly, he's stumbling over his words. And he's just like, well, I'm sure if we took a poll, a lot of people, kind of like what he does on lots of his, when he gets nervous and shit like that, he starts mumbling over himself. Anyways, I want to move on because my husband wants to go to bed in about 25 minutes here. I want to move on to when Seth comes on. Are we almost there? Fuck Gray Hughes. There we go. I think we're at it right about here. Yeah. Okay.
You are here, my dear. Thank you very much. Seth, what would you like to say now?
Listen to Seth.
I got a few questions to ask Chris.
Okay.
Gray, get off there, bud.
Can you hear me?
Yes, he can hear you.
Hey, Chris. So why did you texted me the other day about something I'd already sent Katie an email?
Say it one more time. All I heard was something about an email sent.
Why did you text me about an email I sent on Monday to Katie?
Because I didn't see the information in what you're referring to as Tony Mathis's phone number. I didn't see it. So that's why I asked for it.
I mean, come on, Chris. If we're going to work together, more than a week communication between the people that I'm sending stuff to you and Katie.
Okay, so hear me out. I told you.
Okay.
I told
Let's
you
not come into
we
hot,
will work together.
All right.
I explained to you, I'm willing to work with you. You asked me some questions in regard to this dog handler. You asked me questions in regards to going on a social media platform. You've asked me questions about hiring a PR person that will speak for all of us and keep everybody off of these platforms. That's what you asked. Now, If you think I'm not going to do my homework and dig into people and find out who they are first, you're crazy. Because I would expect you to do the exact same thing if I gave you a name.
I don't know what's going on, but did that solve it? I hope.
Oh,
Seth?
Seth gone? It looked like he's
Uh-oh. I think Seth. Wait, is this Seth? Did Seth jump off? Let's see. We've got me, Stacy.
So he comes back, Sonny, at
I'll get off the
2:33.
panel. I'm sure it'll make a lot of people in the chat happy. But I just
Oh, stop it.
I just wanted to say that, you know, I understand. I've seen what I've seen from the beginning is that there was sides chosen. Now I know you're saying because of this and because of that,
Yeah,
but it was Seth good, Proudfoot's bad, and everybody has been in those camps, and they never really got a chance to breathe, and that's probably why Katie went.
Willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that.
Did I miss
But when
some?
it comes to
Looking at
you
you, Fran.
asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me,
Okay,
we're
well,
going to review it, and then we're going to send it to
I'm
law
gonna interrupt you,
enforcement.
Chris.
Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law
spokesperson
enforcement comes
speak for us doesn't
Hold on.
need to be on your property.
Hold
See,
on,
this
Chris.
is
Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
you're
yeah, you
correct.
have
You
spoken
are very correct.
to him
I have spoken to him.
when.
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What has that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet.
Fucking
We
right.
spoke with
What does that have to do with Sebastian? You freaking derailed the whole thing, most of this live, Christopher Proudfoot. But this reminds me of something that I wanted to talk about quickly. So Christopher says he's talking from Katie. It's 9:33 or 9:46, he says, till close to midnight. And he's at his job site for 5:15 in the morning. Someone sees him, at least his truck there, by his camper at 8 o'clock. So physically seeing him, the last time was at 8. Okay, other than that, whatever, in his camper truck or wherever. So this is what I don't kind of understand here is the fact that so you're at your job site at 5:15, takes you whatever minutes to get there. I think it was 20 or something like that. And you're on the phone with Katie till 12 o'clock. So you are a tower crane operator, and you need to be focused. So you literally had about 4 to 4.5 hours sleep, probably more like 4, because obviously he needs to go fall asleep first of all, once he gets off the phone with Katie. But when you think about that, so it's like, really? So you had like 4 hours of sleep, tops 4.5 before you're already at the job site in the morning. The reason why I bring that up is because, when he talks about sleep right here, but you're a tower crane operator, like you literally have to be very focused, and you would think that you would want your sleep, but this seemed to be a natural occurrence, these phone calls. Don't you find that, okay, so if the last time that he's in his trailer, whatever, or, his truck is there, but yet, whatever reason, the phone call doesn't happen till like 9:45 at night, till 12, and perhaps not sooner. I just kept thinking about like the lack of time that he actually got for sleep, right? Considering he makes these comments, well, I need to sleep and everything. So is that a normal occurrence for 4 hours, 4.5 hours is your sleep time? I just kind of was thinking about that in a sense. Not that it means anything in particular. I mean, it might not, but I was just kind of thinking about how little time he had. And as if you're in your camper, like say, why was it 9:43 or 9:46 at night to call Katie? I'm just not buying it all. I know that there's times for it, but it's just that it struck me as very little time to get ready for work, in a sense, very little sleep, I don't know. That mean anything to you at all or no?
Yeah, I mean, I caught that as well. And it was like, if you were last seen at 8 o'clock by your truck, then why didn't you call at 8:30? Why didn't you call, a little earlier? And it's like, if she was falling asleep by 10 o'clock on the phone, why didn't you say, well, baby, I got to get up early for work. I got to be on the job site at 5 o'clock, 5:10. So I just want to call and say I love you guys, whatever. And just make it a quick phone call instead of 3 hours. That's why part of me feels like this 2-hour and 15-minute phone call is more of a distraction or an alibi rather than a true spending time with him.
Right. Okay. We're going to play that out.
And we told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very.
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay. So we would really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. We've heard from others who are not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses. And she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
At once?
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started. with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris. The day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to
Stop
family,
it there
and
for a second.
Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like.
Great.
So I just wanted to point out, and I don't know exactly what Seth was meaning, if this was an underhanded comment at Chris and Katie or not, but he said Sebastian was going to be in online school so that he could start this therapy that he needed with ABA and so on before he was put back into regular school. So in my opinion, he was saying Chris and Katie were not getting Sebastian the therapy he needed for his autism or whatever other problems that he needs. Is that how you take that?
Well, I mean, they talked about it more, but to me, I took that as about like dealing with like, like his sexual assault, because Seth has talked about that before in an interview, about Sebastian needing the therapy, because of the shit that happened underneath the watch and him not having like the proper therapy.
Yeah, so that just struck me because it's like, he's basically saying, in my opinion, that he wasn't getting the help that he needed with Chris and Katie. And I know that's been said exactly that way before. And it's like, so that was just something that stuck out to me. Why are you not getting your child the help that they need?
Right. Yeah, which he basically said was that, but for that reason, I believe it was like to deal with the, because obviously when they moved to Tennessee and stuff like that, he basically was saying that Chris and Katie, should have been having him in therapy and stuff like that. And he wanted to get his son, started on that. And yeah. And that's why he was, like I said, going to be doing online school until he was ready, because he wanted him to deal with that stuff. So kind of like my son. I wish he was in anger, like I can't force him to, but I wish he would deal with his anger issues, from the divorce and at least talk to somebody instead of having all this rage built up inside, which does no good. And so, I mean, obviously, if that stuff that happened to Sebastian underneath Katie's watch and Christopher's, the kid definitely needs therapy, to deal with everything.
And I agree. I think,
yeah,
I agree. And I think just pointing out that he wasn't getting it is kind of important. Patricia said, if Sebastian was going to Seth to be online school, why did Katie think he may have gone to school that day? Seth wasn't getting him until the end of the school year.
Yeah, 2 months later. Yeah. Patricia. So yeah, Sebastian wasn't going to be going for a couple more months, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, play.
All right, let's play
Like
this
the
out.
best day ever.
I just said, let's play this out.
Yeah.
Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school.
Seth
school. Was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media.
Hold on a second. Don't you kind of find it righteous that Christopher Proudfoot keeps talking about what does that have to do with the freaking price of eggs in China for all of his shit? But the minute it's pointed at Seth about this online schooling, all of a sudden it becomes, well, maybe this could, maybe it's a reason why Sebastian left. Did you notice that?
Yeah, not suspicious at all. Bullshit.
No. But you guys see what I'm saying? All the time he deflects from anything that's pointed in his direction. But the minute now it's pointed towards Seth about, whatever, all of a sudden it's like, well, you don't hear him saying, well, what does that have to do with the price of eggs now? Okay, now we don't say that, okay? We say it. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? But apparently Melissa tells me that you guys over there on the southern side, or maybe in whatever, you guys actually say that. I thought he misspoke when he said that. And I was like, you can't even remember the thing, but apparently you guys say chickens or whatever, the eggs. And hi, Carla. How are you? Why is CP so worried about everyone else putting up flyers when he hasn't done a whole hell of a lot of stuff? Preach it, girl. Preach it. Sure, he says, call Ali if somebody thinks they see Sebastian, because he knows it won't be. Well, you're not wrong with many other people's thoughts on that one for sure, Carla. But anyway.
We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Well, that right there's the conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure, we'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand
but
that.
it does.
It's clear.
And that's why I asked about his day, because
Let's
I
go
didn't
back
know.
to the day.
Yeah, exactly. Go back to the day. And that's just exactly it. Right? Now that we're not talking about Seth for a second there, but I love how he says, that anything that goes on in our house, it's NYBI or whatever, none your business. Well, you kind of made it everyone's business when, you literally put shit out there to the world. And that was the turn. That was the big turn of, with Christopher Proudfoot. Everyone could kind of realize that he was a control freak. But the minute he mentioned, because he's like, I'm just trying to be truthful and honest. So let me just tell you guys about the CPS stuff first before, whatever. And then when he started talking about that, and then he had this chuckle as he was doing it, because he doesn't think nothing of it. He doesn't think nothing about, and he has to be always very clear that one time with his pants on, one time and one time only. He has to always keep repeating that. Why? Because it's, again, first of all, ego, self-preservation, why he has to keep saying it like that, right? He always has to make it clear to everyone, one time, pants on. I don't believe it was just one time myself personally, but maybe. Let's be crystal clear.
But when they came to the public and they asked the public for help, when you come to the public and ask us for help, guess what? What happens in your home is our business, because you have made it our business.
Thank you. Right? Like I said, just through and through, roadblocks. Yeah, and this whole, what does that have to do with Sebastian? Dude, you have been diverting from actual Sebastian questions, just like she was asking you. Is that a normal thing? Now, it's funny how Christopher says that, he was having a great day. He was happy, joy. And yet Seth says you can tell he was not happy. His shoulders were sluggish and whatever, as he was at the arcade place and whatever. I mean, obviously, this is what pisses me off. Katie, get your fucking ass in front. Tell people this was another huge problem, just like she was saying. And then Christopher Proudfoot is like, well, she wants to talk to her. Really? It's her fucking kid. Speak up, bitch. Speak up. Seriously. It's your goddamn kid. Why are you letting people have to try to figure shit like that out? Again, Katie should be telling us about this. Makes me so angry as a mother that we're not even seeing this, that she's hiding. Why are you hiding, Katie? Why? Because you know what probably happened to Sebastian perhaps that day? You know exactly what happened to him perhaps? And that's why you're hiding behind your fucking big mouth husband? And you freaking allow him to call your son a artard and abuse him and stuff like that? Shows what kind of parent you are as well. This whole action, I'm sorry if I'm getting a little bit emotional here, but when it comes to children, I cannot believe that even right, that she has the chance to sit there and say, you know what? Let me talk to you, tell you about Sebastian's day. We did this, we did that. He was happy, Yeah, there's no body language going on and stuff like that. No. We keep having to hear it through dipshit over here. And then he goes, well, if she wants to talk about it, she will. And you want your kid found, huh? You want your kid found. And nothing about his body language is going to help possibly try to find it. Why would that be? Of course it's going to dictate. Because as they're sitting there going, well, he went out the front door because he was so happy, hopscotching along the way. And they're sitting there like, well, it's $1 million question. We can't think of anything at all because we're just this little fake, perfect little family here. Bullshit. We already know that from the neighbor. Anyways, I get so angry when I think how Katie is just, fucking sitting there, probably like picking her nose, looking at the flyer. And not even distributing them. My bad. Go on.
So before you go on, something that we skipped over.
It's true.
They said that Katie reported to hear a thud, and Sebastian said, yes, ma'am, he didn't fall out of the bed. And then Christopher said there was a noise Katie heard, and heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered. When asked what time it was, Christopher Proudfoot said, I'm not going to give those kind of details. And the PI said, well, Katie made it public. Katie talked about it. And he said, Katie can give you that, but I'm not going to give you that information. And it's like, that's the type of stop beating around the bush. It's already out there. Just talk about it.
What was the timestamp? Because did I miss it? Was I gone to the bathroom when we were playing that part?
We skipped over that. Because it was right after the CPS. It was at 2:14:31.
2:14:31. Thank you. Want to hear that? We'll get. Oh, crazy.
Sebastian responded back to her. If he did respond back to her, do you know what he said?
Yeah, he replied, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
we're clearing things up.
Right.
That's all this is. Let's just clear it up.
What have to do with anything?
There was a noise. Katie heard it. She responded. Sebastian answered.
Okay. And see, people out there, they want to help. And it feels like that you just are like, that pissed you off that we even asked that.
Mm-hmm. What pisses me off is when the statement is out there. There was a thud. She asked him he responded back and moving on.
And around what time was that?
I'm not going to give you details as far as.
Katie gave details, but
Well, guess what? That is Katie. I'm not giving you those kind of details.
No, she gave details publicly.
That is fine. Okay. Katie can give you that. I am not giving you that information.
Then let us talk to Katie.
Between the time we were on the phone to the time we got off the phone. That's what I'll give you. That's it.
He said,
has Sebastian ever left the house barefoot that you know of?
Has Sebastian gone outside of the house barefooted? Yes. Before, has he ran off? No.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how you were asking it, but
no, I'm glad. That's perfect. No, that's great. And again, I swear to you, Chris, we're not trying to be hostile. In fact, I've spoken on this live channel before and said, if Chris ever came here, we would treat him with total respect and honesty. And I really am trying to help because I want people to get behind you and Katie, Chris, because I want people to help find Sebastian. And it's just such a bizarre
Yes, she did.
thing. I mean,
It's a bizarre case. Yes, it very much so is.
and so Sebastian leaves,
No,
but
it's not. No, it's not.
he's not on anybody's camera. Is that what the police have said? Or are you allowed to say?
I can't go into details on that, but here's what I will tell you that's public. Our subdivision is very dark.
Mm-hmm.
There's no street lights in the subdivision whatsoever. If you go online, Google it, whatever, you'll see that there's absolutely no street lights in the subdivision.
Right, Carla.
Right.
If is there a possibility that some cameras may not pick up somebody walking in front of them because how dark it is? Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing that would make sense, really.
Right.
Well, he even told me, I remember when he told me that, like, even some detectives didn't show up on the cameras.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense then, because that's been driving everybody crazy. But if it's so dark,
and I know, and it's hard for it. Trust me, for everyone out there that cameras will pick up and all this. No, I promise you, not all cameras have the best quality as the stuff that you see on TV and you see a demo.
Again, if he would have went out the backyard, Christopher, you said he would have been seen. If he would have went out the side, obviously the camera that can see your freaking front door and the garage with the lights on would have been seen. So that leaves pretty much that either he cut through somehow and managed to avoid any camera going up Kellen and managed to just woof off without his switch, without his phone, without any shoes. He managed to avoid all that because obviously if he would have went towards Long Pike Hollow, he would have been seen on that corner house of Stafford and Kellen on that camera, because that camera, the lights come on, you can see when the vehicle comes on. If he would have crossed over, okay, one of those homes that have cameras, okay, there's lots of cameras. So great, so maybe one camera didn't pick him up, but at the end of the day, it's definitely not from the backside, and it's definitely not from the one side, right? Because he would have been seen on those cameras. So then that leaves that little gateway there of something perhaps between the Proudfoot home and in between the home that's on Stafford and Kellen there, which is possible. I mean, it is possible, but I mean, it's possible. That's kind of like the only thing. But the reason what makes that so, to me, impossible, the kid loves gaming. If the kid was running away, he definitely ain't going to go shoeless without snackies or something to take along with him. He wasn't freaking, like you said that he's smart. He's not dense. Fuck off, Christopher. Okay.
So anyway, we can skip back forward now. I just wanted you to hear that one part where he was talking about the thud, because it was just like, really?
Very overstimulating for him.
I know,
So that's why I was asking if
right?
that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
Say one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is it something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend, or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making.
I mean, is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things, and a lot of times that's where you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian just as well. I mean, Seth works long hours. I work long hours.
And I'm not
I
saying
mean,
any of that
you
is
gotta-
suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No, he
Okay.
was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons.
Oh, really?
For him
Did
to
you notice that?
Here's what I'll say.
Fuck off.
Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table, period. That's the same statement law enforcement has made. That's the same statement I'm going to tell you
So
every
there's a
single day in and
possibility
day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? Well, we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
Of course he does.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good well you got a question about my
I'm just
mother.
asking.
You pick up the
Did they
phone
take me
and you
somewhere
call.
to like a boot camp or anything like that, and Katie just thought I wouldn't accept it?
I don't think
Hold
Seth
on.
is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to clear up a bunch of BS that's been online.
Right, and I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple,
Just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room with all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a minute.
with law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Chris, let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just, Chris,
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's squash it.
See?
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal. Law enforcement has talked to my parents, my whole family. Once again, this statement is true, what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
That's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult. And just call her.
Fucking righteous, Chris.
Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm trying
And you should, Seth. You should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop. People are talking over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes rumors together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom, her car being parked at like Warsham's, and him getting.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement? This is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that, but I would
Well, then guess what?
the situation, and I would love for it to be private because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath.
I mean, again, just keeps, doesn't even listen to stuff at all. And don't get me wrong. I can see that set there. It's a little bit more than just squashing a rumor. But at the end of the day, that's the whole point. There's these rumors out there in the public. So shut the fuck up, Christopher Proudfoot. All you needed to say was absolutely not. My mom does not have Sebastian, blah, 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 blah. Quash that rumor. Like, not that people are going to believe it anyway, but whatever. But the thing is that, right. And then he's like, I'm pissed. You didn't need to call me if you want to talk about this shit and whatever. Well, wasn't the whole point in talking about Sebastian? And yeah, if you want to quash rumors along the way, then quash them, because that shit's out there, and that shit was ramping wild with that, the whole Worsham and Bower Sox, and it could be true for all we know. But with this, dickhead right here, you can never tell, because like I said, you can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth. Like, you can't believe nothing. He's proven it. He's a total narcissist. He deflects back on everybody. Look at the way he is speaking to these people. He doesn't care. It's like he has such a disrespect for women, and yet by the same token likes to freaking, jerk off. When women give him attitude, it's almost like, oh yeah, talk to me more dirty like that. Come on, Terry Lynn, keep talking to me dirty. That's right. You're just turning me on. Like, he's such, oh my God, this guy's a fucking loser. I think my husband though wants to go to bed. I'm sure he hasn't messaged me, but I think he does. We'll play a little bit more, I suppose.
Because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things. Because in turn, dispelling these things will take some of the BS off of you.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. And Chris, I mean, I do understand your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comments.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know how frustrated you are,
you're
but I know you are frustrated. And I'm not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
If it's not helping, then you shouldn't be talking about it on social media.
Clicks and views.
As a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have
I
went.
did say that actually several times. And you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right. And it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
I know.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some more questions here. You've been on here for many hours and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So, yes, you can.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room so we can talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can call him. Do you want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, when you and I squash these rumors, then they stop being rumors and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you. I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox with crap, which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody, Lord knows. There's still going to be stupid people out there, but it will stop. It will. I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is real simple, Seth.
If you find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly, because right here, we get in rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they doesn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop. Let me help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have. And now don't take this the wrong way. That is a conversation for later.
Here to swing mud.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, wait. Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
Fuck.
No, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been out in the public light, and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you no matter what, how ugly this got. But I'm not going to stand by and watch you disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter.
Shut the fuck.
A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have said. Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can
What
talk.
time's the church thing at? Because I really need to get
Literally,
going.
please. You had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
2:58:24.
Information.
Oh, so it's literally.
Can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a question here in chat, and I've heard this. And
Well, I
Chris,
gotta
this
get
is a good
going.
one I'd like to clear up. Is
Okay.
it true that Chris told Seth, you will find your son at church?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
Yes,
Chris?
that is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a
Not
question for
you go to a church and you'll find it. Who's
Hold
coming
on,
up with that
Seth.
crap?
I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why I understand, I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood.
Right.
Seth, go ahead. It's your turn now.
There's a better way to say it, Chris.
Okay, and that's
For you
semantics.
to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not
That's
going to church or
semantics.
going to church. Can we
Is
go
that
to the
what
next
you find,
question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right.
Or he just wants to move on from that, doesn't he? Okay, you guys, my husband wants to go to bed, and I told him like 5-10 minutes ago that I'm gonna end done. So I do gotta go. There's maybe like 20 minutes left of the live and stuff like that. But unfortunately I can't finish it because my husband wants to go to bed now. He's tired. He's been working all
But
day.
this part was really the most interesting part, Sonny. Like, as far as information goes, the rest of it, just to do a quick rundown, they just plead for him to come back. And Christopher says, let's not go down this road. And Christopher Proudfoot just asks that the public tone everything down, and then they end up getting off of this live, and the rest is just these ladies talking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, like my husband's already been waiting, so I really got to get going. Just because, like I said, I said I'd be off at 11, and it's 11:21 already. But so, anyways, thanks for that, you guys. Melissa, thank you so much. Don't forget to get your rest and feel better there as soon as you can. Everyone, prayers for Sebastian. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover, for that. super chat that you did earlier today on there. And again, it was a great live. A lot of stuff, from this that I hope people enjoyed to listen to and stuff like that. But first and foremost, again, if you haven't liked the live, please give it a like for Sebastian and the awareness and stuff like that. Thanks to all the YouTube creators that we used throughout the night as well, for their videos and stuff like that and their lives. And really, it's just about, again, trying to keep Sebastian's name out there and discuss everything. So anyways, I'm not sure if I'll see you tomorrow or not. Depends on there. But other than that, Melissa, just your final words, and then I got to get going here. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Keep Abby and Libby's families in your prayers, as this is the 8-year anniversary of their bodies being found, or well, yesterday for me. And Sebastian, same as any other time, just come home, baby, or get a hold of somebody, or let us know where you are, because we need to bring you home. And I wish that we could just get some straight answers and get this figured out and get the person who is responsible for this behind bars.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that being said, you guys, I am just going to do the short intro that I already played Sebastian's at the end of this one. Just going to play this short intro, just like I said, because I don't want to make my husband wait another couple of minutes. And not that he's going to be upset with me, but you know what I mean. I know he's pretty much at the door waiting to come in on there. So with that being said, love you guys. Thank you so much. Stay blessed. And yeah. Oh, you know what? Actually, tomorrow, like I said, it's my mom's 10-year anniversary of her passing is February 15th. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing tomorrow there. But with that being said, have a great night, you guys, and we'll see you soon. Prayers for Sebastian. Sorry, finding the outro.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's holy light. Without a number, we stand and fight.